Welcome to session number 2 of the Move the Earth puzzle contest, a series of puzzle levels that build around various conditions involving large-scale moving parts or mechanics such as rising and falling fluids, auto-scroll, the earthquake effect, which we've seen in one puzzle already, you name it. For the complete set of level codes and the rules, we will post a quick message here in chat. You should also see it pinned if you're currently able to watch this live. So give me just one moment here while we punch this in. We will be beginning with Sir Schleck's level today since he is already here present in chat, so this will effectively be a replacement viewer level stream just for viewers who happen to be contest entrants. Sir Schleck, before we start, you were asking, or you were saying, Street Rat took 3 hours, and Grikowski took maybe 3 hours? Okay, well, no time like the present to see if we can actually solve at least one thing today. And you were in chat to help? Well, we'll see how we do with minimal assistance, at least for the time being. World record on this currently is 1 minute 53, presumably by somebody who had already mapped out the solution beforehand. And Obsidian Manor, they say the Earth itself shaped in this mysterious manner many years ago. Let's see it, and let's find out what exactly is taking everybody so long. For the benefit of the chat log as well, I might as well just copy the code for this specific level in the chat, even though people can, of course, just look it up themselves. And let's go. 3 1-ups for Endless. Highly necessary. Lava comes up to this level. And it's basically telling you to use SMB2 to pick up the POW, whack this guy, and grab the 10 coin. However, not content with doing things... okay, no, we missed a 10 coin. We were a little too late. Notice that this track seems to indicate a door blocker. Also, we should have placed a POW down there, I think, but then I believe we can probably just respawn into this room, and then that is going to reset both the Piranha and the POW. I mean, I was trying to soft drop it, but... and I couldn't remember if you actually could in SMB2. I think it's usually... no, because to set down a POW, you usually launch it against a spring or something, right? But we'll see what we can do here. Yeah, because this just whacks it, and then you have nothing that you can use. So let's think about this as just the tutorial chamber, really. So we'll see what it is with SMB2 that we're looking for here. I think we actually just need to take damage through this. Grab another SMB2 mushroom. Now, if you take damage while holding SMB2, no, that counts as a throw. Okay. We just need to be absolutely sure about that. That's alright. Good opportunity to review as many SMB2 mechanics as we can before we proceed. Now, if we can somehow pick up the POW from under and shove it over, that would be ideal. Something like a head bump interaction would be great as well. Also, let's see what happens with the reset. You, as usual with SMB2, can't take the carried items through with you. But supposing we place this POW over... no, we can't. I don't know why I keep thinking we can just place things. That is obviously not going to be the case. There is a block that is going to spawn in that location. That's not really relevant to me just yet. And there is also I mean, usually with SMP2, well, pretty much always with SMP2, you're going to be picking up the item from above. So even if we took damage and went around... what would then happen? Now, we don't really have a way to pick this up. However, I'm trying to think about ways that we can dislodge it. Also notice the semi-solid that is underneath the floor here. That may have some potential as well. Now, it might be something that actually involves the lava interaction, but I'm not exactly sure how that would go. I think we need to throw the POW into the lava, because then it would gently be set down. Yeah, that's what it is. We are, of course, off-center, but now that the piranha is out of the way, having been intercepted by a thrown object, we can reposition ourselves in this location here, pick up the POW again, and then throw it into lava to effectively have the lava force a soft drop. That's the solution. And you'll notice that we're a little out of position, but close enough to go through the door. Okay, so that's the tutorial room. That's the important thing that we need to know, is that object throws into lava soften the blow. On-off switches, well, I mean, obviously we do need to lower the blaster on the right side so we have a door available to us, but we don't know what the on-off switches do yet in this room. I guess that's how they are going to be placed. And from here, it looks as though the POW placement is what we should be looking for over the blue block. And currently where we are, that is the water level that we're dealing with. Also note that potentially loading the bone shell is going to be important, because if you load the bone shell underneath the blaster, it should actually be able to push it up. Well, we'll need to get in position for that first. The idea would be to get over to the blue block and probably drop out of there unless we have a second bone shell that's available that we can use as a slightly more convenient platform. In fact, we can just spam a number of shells if we want. And if we can drop some shells in convenient locations, that would then allow me, whoops, to shove one directly underneath on top of this blue block here. I mean, it doesn't even need to be there. It can just be in a central position, like a sensible person would do. If we, for example, toggle this switch first and just drop it down in the middle. Now, is it going to capture this? It is not quite what we wanted. But let's say the bone shell is pushed above. At this point, what is the interaction? It's a little off-center, so we can't see quite what it's doing. I wasn't sure if it would actually do some kind of pickup in a blaster. I guess not, but that is something that's worth checking just to confirm. Also notice that with SMP2, we'd be looking at the right side here as our throw location, but we would have to be careful not to hit the wall. Actually, we can just take SMP2 down with us. And, whoops. Oops, nope, hang on, that's not what we want. And take the POW down from below. I think that's likely going to be the right idea here. And then we maintain the POW in that position. And, oh, and it is lost, okay. Because it just sinks completely unless it has a surface to land on, which it doesn't in that case. I think we do need a blue block available then, so I have a platform that I can land on, and so we can slowly take the POW to the other side. Either that, or we just take this now and just, well, not like that, but maybe a little further to the right would have done it. But we would actually probably want the POW on top of a bone shell. Like we drop a POW over here and we float a bone shell up to it using the toggle of the on-off switch. So we sustain the POW in that location and we drop it on top of a POW. Drop it on top of a bone shell, rather. That would then allow it to bounce. We have 45 seconds, but we spent too long in the tutorial room, so that is, of course, the natural result that we're going to get. Let's just try to get in position here. We sail over to the right, we hop out of the shell, we hit the on-off switch, and the thing is that we would still need to account for the blue block. Okay, so it bounces like that. That is maybe not quite what we were going for. But a POW bouncing on top of the shell is, in effect, fine. We can still park the shell underneath the red block and have it float up into the top position, I think. But it'll just take a little bit of setup. So anyway, we know the central concept now. Very important to have taught the player this. And this time we'll even get the 10 coin because we have plenty of time to spare for such indulgences. So the POW remains stationary in the drop location, as you would expect. The landing is about 2 tiles forward, 2.5 tiles forward. So that's the calculation that we'll keep in mind. And yeah, we know that we'll need minimum 1 hit here to get this column initially. And then it is going to be some kind of bone shell setup. So we'll leave that bone shell over there on that side. Let's actually just leave it here like this. Because the idea is that we want the shell to be locked underneath the red platform so the POW is able to land in the lava and have a soft landing on top of red. And then the bone shell should be able to lift once the lava is already up. No, because the blue block is there and it will kill it. That's... oh, it won't kill it, it actually displaces, okay. The game audio is sometimes cutting in and out. 1K-Man, thank you for letting me know. We'll try to fix that immediately. And yeah, we had that problem yesterday as well, unfortunately, and we had a significant amount of footage that just was without sound. But we'll try to repair this right away. We hadn't had too many problems with the stream lately, but then they started flaring up just as I got back to Mario Maker this week. After several weeks of no issues. So, hopefully that will get fixed up quickly. I think the sound should be back and fairly crisp at this point, so we'll zoom from here and let me know if there are any further problems. Oh, I guess we'd like to preemptively. I was actually trying to resume the level, that's okay. We like every entry, typically. We'll find out soon enough if we'll come to regret that. Anyway, the bone shell should be trapped below red. I think that's actually fairly clearly going to be the case. You need the POW to be positioned past the one-way panel so it does not get dislodged by the blue block. In order to do that, I think the bone shell actually needs to be one space too. You actually need to drop an additional bone shell to bounce the POW to the right on top of the red block first. That's the way to do it, is that you would drop something underneath here. Because we know that, as with objects that are placed on Yoshi's back, that there is that slight displacement that is going to happen when you have an object off center like that. It's going to happen towards the wall, so it is going to push the POW slightly to the right, if I think. You don't think you've ever seen me boo a level? Yeah, who knows? Okay, now we got the bounce. And now it has landed softly. Good. But then we dropped it out completely. That was wrong. We needed to place the shell onto right first. But yeah, that's how you get the POW aligned properly, is that you can actually displace it slightly to have it be positioned in the location that you want. So, let's move that bone shell again. We had the right setup, we just made the wrong last move because I needed to move the shell one tile over. Nope, wrong. Hang on. Luckily it doesn't kill the shell that is in the lava, so we'll once again do a toss. Actually, that's going to fit quite nicely under the one-way panel this time. And so we'll line things up, and that's going to get me in. Great. We should be able to do that much faster on further attempts. But of course I got pretty lucky with a nice clean throw rather that time. I still remember how to speak some of the time. This looks like it is signifying a block that we don't want to hit, which tells me that the question block is likely a vine that is going to give me a climb through that space above. So we'll attempt that, see if that's going to be the case. And yes, the thing about the vine climb, of course, is that you will not be able to take a bone shell through. Which means we should pre-place a bone shell somewhere on the right side here. Notice that the bone shell is able to sit here. I don't know if that is a safe location for me to walk on without the bone shell, or if it spikes, but whoop, it is a safe location. We just need to not die to the lava, the way that I just demonstrated. So, that's okay. We'll get back to that pretty quickly, I would imagine. Okay, and then things come up, things come down. Yeah, interesting central mechanic here, using the rising and falling lava as a POW softener. We will, of course, tap some of this stuff first, and then do the shell placement on the right side. Which we can just do here, like, whoops, which I said we can just do here. And we'll let it go down and we'll lock it into place. And then, depending on how the POW throw goes, we'll hopefully be able to land it on top and then have it wind up past the one-way panel if we're fortunate. I do hear the one-way panel clicking, which is great. And now we wait until things come up so the POW is squeezed on the right side before it pops out the top. Okay, next. This is going to be it. But we need to place a bone shell. I was hoping it would be on this side here, and that we would just be able to bounce it up. There is a natural issue with this, which is that it's hard not to accidentally kick it once I try to jump out. But perhaps if I get pushed through... no, I can't quite jump there. I'm not through the middle at that point. Yeah, not quite enough to give me a full push, as you can see. Whoops, let's reset. It's an effective tutorial room, you have to give it some credit. Also notice that the reset room does have additional pipes, not just for symmetry, but probably for further resets that use that chamber. Let's not miss. Rather important not to do that. Okay, let's try again. Here we go. Then we'll stand on the edge over here. Yeah, tile and a half between me and the door, that's what we're going for. Between myself and the target column. going to get back here relatively quickly, as long as we don't blow too many pow throws along the way. And then when lava is touching the one-way panel, that will be the time to place things like this. Okay, let's wait for the first cycle first before we do anything too silly. Notice that you can take Divine Climb up top to over to POW, but that you would need to drop once again through the one-way panel. However, that might be okay. The issue is the throw location for the POW currently, because we need it to drop straight down without hitting anything along the way. And it's possible that it would hit the one-way panel if you just do a straight throw, because it wouldn't quite drop the way we need in that location. However, we might have multiple POWs to work with. We might be able to practice this throw. Well, no, because the POW does whack the semi-solid here immediately. I think we actually need to go down ourselves. So the question is what the throw location is going to be. I think it's going to be beside Divine. But again, this does look a little bit uncertain. We got it. Problem at this point, of course, is how we send it any further, because there will be lava coming up towards me. Like that, perhaps? That's a little timing dependent. I don't know if that really looks right, given that we can't actually send a POW very far. I feel like we're supposed to create a bone shell chain to bounce it over slowly. We can keep respawning bone shells up to a point. There's a certain limit, which I don't quite remember off the top of my head, but if you create an entire bone shell bridge in this pit, it's going to float up and allow you to bounce the POW all the way across, which then sends it up here. So we will try that. We'll have to do that. Isn't it 10? I think it might be. I know one came in, it's at least 7 or 8 or something like that, but anyway, we'll spawn as many shells as we can, and we'll just drop it in this pit all in a row without destroying too much along the way. And one thing we have to keep in mind, though, is that we should probably place the POW in the left side here first, because otherwise we won't be able to make it across without stomping on some shells, and we'd have to redo that part of the setup. So let's just let things go down. Let's do this once again. Find position seems to be okay. It's not okay. Might want to crouch into that throw. Anyway, let's do this once again. Crouch into the throw. Stand a little further along the edge. And now we can do the shell bridge construction. And yeah, we'll never get squeezed. We have enough room to work with consistently, I think. And we just need to line them up. Okay, so we'll get over here. Nope. I mean, we don't need to pack them too close together. We just need them close enough to get a continuous POW bounce that doesn't have to POW bounce back and forth between two shells. So we don't need to pack them too closely if that's going to be a concern. We should be careful, at least. Yeah, that might do, as long as the POW doesn't get stuck. So we'd end up with something like 5 shells over 6 tiles in there. I think that's likely to be the case. Let's just inch over slowly. And hopefully that will make it. If the POW bounces across while the lava is in a high position, then we're probably okay. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that we don't want the POW to directly make contact with the shells. We need the POW to drop into the lava. So then from that point, we can bounce it over to shells, perhaps. Let's create as much of the bridge as we can, and then discuss that. Because we do need the POW to make a soft landing first and then have a shell come up towards it. And we don't have something like the on-off switch bracing the shells like we did in the last room, so the initial position of the shell throw probably just has to be on the left here. Like, we need to get into the pit and throw as the lava is coming up. I don't know about that. That seems unlikely. Because the POW will likely just hit a shell and die to it. Well, we shall see. And yeah, the shell can't just hit the note blocks directly. Ideally, you have a shell that's kind of underneath a location like this, beneath the semi-solid, because then it would be able to pick up the POW in that location. Now, that I don't think will actually work, but yeah, because we have this issue now, where the POW is just going to wreck everything if it hits. However, what happens if you throw a POW on top of the bone shell that is on lava and floating? I think it still dies. 60-something seconds here. We have to be careful. Yeah, because I like the idea of the bone shell bridge, but the problem with that is what the initial throw is going to look like and where the shells are going to be positioned at that time, since the shells are always floating. In fact, we probably need the POW to be sustained in a location like it's hanging off the lip or something. And when it does that, if we can position it like that, then a shell is able to come up and pick it up. Assuming that we can, in fact, drop a shell in that location. We don't know that for certain yet. But we're going to run out of time as well. So yeah, I like the idea of the shell bounce. I think currently the one-way panel we're looking at pointing down is just our passageway to get the POW across. The idea should be eventually to bounce the POW on top of the note blocks and have it spring upwards, but we'll have to see how to set that up. So let's try this again. We'll have to go right up to it so the POW doesn't make contact with the ground. Okay, there we go. And same idea as before. Yep, POW's going to make a soft landing. So given that the shells float, how do we get the POW to start the initial bounce? That's something that we, need to keep in mind. Let's try this again with a shell. Should spawn a shell, yeah, great. Then we'll take it over and drop in this location. That was nearly a disaster of killing the shell, but luckily it was not. Okay, there we go. We wait for the lava to come back to the one-way panel again and give us a push. Then we're back in this room. Oh, whoops, careful. Let's not die right away to this. And let's actually get in a kickable position here before anything happens. So yeah, you know that the POW is going to be throwable pretty much only from this location and it's going to fall in. It means that we can probably start constructing a bone shell bridge all the way over here. So we actually need a much longer bone shell bridge than we originally envisioned, perhaps. So let's try it. Just have something that extends all the way over to this location. And the POW will fall in, and then we need to have it fall into a bounce, so to speak. And currently I don't quite know how to set it up, although it's probably going to involve the initial set of bone shells. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't think I explained that very well, but basically we need to envision what the first throw is going to look like, especially if it's from this position. It's going to fall in towards the bridge with the semi-solids, and we need it to hit a shell that is not floating. Now, interestingly enough, if the POW does make contact with a shell, it shouldn't kill the other ones so long as they are still on lava, I think. Also, we're totally going to have a bit of trouble here. Also, if we fall into a shell like this, that works. In fact, that's how we should do it. We fall into a shell facing right. We just need one shell over here. We don't need a bridge. If we fall into a shell, we immediately let go of the POW, but we let go over lava. So that's actually how it's going to go. We need to reset this first. Not reset the level, reset the room, rather, but we know how to do it now. We don't need a bridge, we just need to use the interaction of the POW dropping off in the direction that I'm facing as soon as we land in a bone shell, because that effectively works as a drop. And that allows me to do a drop over lava. Okay, so let's go over to this side here. Then we'll freeze it. We'll try it again. Whoops. There we go. Next wave coming up should do the trick. And luckily the POW doesn't bounce too far. We will need the vine, of course. Then we'll do a shell placement on the right side and then use it as a falling location. Okay, so that's actually much simpler than I was making it look. That's a little off-center. Not quite what we need. But we can try it again. We can try it... Wait, if I just pick it up, yeah, of course. It's still within pickup range. It's not within door range, though. It is, as you can see, displaced just a little too far. That's better. Okay, now we can do it. Anyway, checkpoint 1. SMB2 mushrooms galore, just making sure we've seen the interaction here. Also notice that if you reverse into this location, because everything was in tracks, the initial track here is being used as a one-way door blocker. Also notice that we have an opportunity to go down and grab a coin, just for style. And that we have a similar interaction here. We lock up a bone shell in the lower location. And because the lava is continuous here, we do need 2 shells, one to serve as our escape. And also, once the shell gets pushed in this location, well, we can drop it, and then do something quite similar. We need to create a POW chain so we can actually... or a shell chain, rather, so we are able to send a POW across. Now, I don't know if that will be quite enough to work here. Let's see if we can fill in this one tile. It's going to be a little tricky to do that without breaking anything, so yeah, we'll break something. Well, the idea should be that if I drop a shell over to the left, then we have a landing zone with a POW, and then we'll be able to bounce everything across as we head down. So we need the lava level to be below. Whoops, nope. Okay. We're overcomplicating it. We just need to fall into a middle location like this. Just jump into it. And I'll be safe so long as I land in the shell, so. Nope. What did I say? That's a little too aggressive because we were kind of veering right. Oh. Bottom shell is still available. Let's... maybe not make a complete fiasco out of it. Let's stand over here and over here. Just need to have a good estimate of what our throw range is going to be when we do that. And the idea, as before, is to load the POW on top of the lava in this location, and then use the on-off switch to get this shell push going. Not quite, it fell to the right. Yeah, because as soon as the shell comes up and displaces it, that's going to be a problem. So we actually just need a second shell here. So it can at least bounce back and forth, perhaps. Well, we shall see. Let's get over to the POW, pick it up, and drop it off. Once we, of course, freeze the other shells using that. Now, I think it may, unfortunately, hit... Whoops. Not a good position there. Whoops. Oh. That was a mistake. That's okay, we're at checkpoint. We'll try it again. Just a matter of getting the shell set up together. I think we know the approximate flow of the solution already. And yeah, we can just drop the shell down below and trap it. Again, the issue that we ran into was we actually just need a POW to wind up a lot higher, I think, than what we were giving it. And because we need to think about, you know, at what point do we activate the on-off switch? We want to land a POW on top of the red block for sure, I think. Nope. Oh, not directly on the red block, of course. We want it to land on top of the red block, over the red block rather, while the lava is still embracing it. So, let's let it head down. Nope, facing the wrong way and also wrong height. Maybe as it's coming up is... Oh, nope, still facing the wrong way. I don't know why it does that. It's probably because I'm backing off into the fall. It's creating some problems. Need to do a nice straight jump into it. Nope, missed. Well, we'll eventually find a good position for it, I'm sure, but let's not accidentally dump it every which way. Nope, too late. It's a bit of an exact timing. We can't have it in the other on-off state as well, of course, because we do need the second shell to be in a low position. overshot. Yeah, we'll try to do it in this column here. It's just a matter of placement. And of course we still need to, whoops, have it survive after that, so. Whoops. Completely overshot. Whoops. Okay, maybe not acquitting ourselves too well here when it comes to the actual movement and the execution of each step, but well, let's see if we can fix that. Yeah, over here. Once we have the opportunity. I actually think it should be 2 shells, now that I look at it. We create a little raft down here that's going to... We can place 2 shells on top of the red block side by side and have them drop together. Not going to work exactly. Nope, not going to work. Things will get displaced. Yeah, because one of them I think will get trapped. The other one will not. I don't know if we can stand 2 shells beside each other like that. It would be ideal, of course, because then we just have to power bounce back and forth once we do in fact land it, but... let's try it, actually. Let's just try to land this on top and land a second one beside it. Okay, that's good. That's the setup we want. We'll let things lower and we'll park it down below. And we've got a decent target zone at this point. Oh, except it's going to get displaced. Never mind. Yeah, let's get another one here. As our first one in. And again, we want to land the POW on top of red, just like that. And if it's doing that, then hopefully we're able to push the POW upwards without it getting deflected. If it bounces to the left, we just want it to bounce back to the right, which is why we're going to set up an additional shell here. And hopefully this will work. Nope, it's just going to bounce all the way out. Alright. Nope, that's wrong. Completely wrong. With everything. No, we'll just place it directly on. If we can get it to bounce against the wall on the way up, that would be best, because the issue with POW earlier was that it was bouncing to the left side, which means that if we're going to have this offset at all, whoops, wrong, that the shell should actually be slightly to the left, and then you get the POW throw slightly overshooting the red block. Or at least the shell being placed to the left enough that it's going to bounce the POW to the right. To the extent that the shell is going to bounce the POW, we wanted to bounce it to the right against the wall, so it creates a rebound. So the idea would be to place it kind of like a half tile away like this, and make sure it doesn't get reclaimed right away. And secondarily, to make sure it actually does get trapped by the red block. Then the next thing we do is we try to get the drop on top of the red block. Yeah, so it's going to have that half-tile placement there. That's going to work pretty well, I hope. Then we... Nope, facing the wrong way. Probably because I thought it was overshooting. That's easy enough to retry, at least. Nope, too soon. That's correct, but it's too soon. Also, yeah, let's set this up again. I don't know if there's a more reliable way to do this. I guess we're just not very good at reading spacing today, but we'll do it on the way up for these, just as lava is passing red. Oh, well, too late. And we got caught on the edge. Anyway, let's let it come up. Okay, good. Finally. Now we should be able to bounce it correctly. Is it going to... Nope, Pow's just going to go. Guess we do need an additional shell here. Or just create as much of a boat as we can to sustain it. Oh, whoops. Nope. Well, not all of that is going to be trapped, so some of it's going to get displaced. Yeah, we can get it to basically catch the red block. Nope, and it hits, unfortunately. And now that is at a place. However, if we just load the powder first and then load a shell below it, I think maybe that would work a lot better. Like now we load a shell. No, we can't because we can't really get into that position anymore. However, if we have a second shell, maybe we can do it if we just jump off to the right. We're in a bit of a mess now, actually. Because we can't actually get to the right side far enough to drop the shell anywhere meaningful. However, we might be able to... Whoops, we got squeezed. Didn't even look like it made contact, but... Yeah, I think we have the right idea. I don't think it's the sequence of interactions here that needs work. It's more the placement that looks oddly specific. Because we can't actually have that much space available or the POW is going to fall through. So we actually had the wrong idea with the tile placement here. We do need to move things a little closer so the POW can't just overshoot when it drops. However, we might still need a shell to the left of that. And, whoops, no. Let's drop another one. Yeah, probably important for the trapped shell to be on the right. Also, we need to be very careful now to not have the POW drop hit a bone shell. Okay, it did hit the bone shell, but the POW is in this location now. Shell is in that location. As long as we maybe drop something additional over here to have it bounce back. So it doesn't bounce too far, I think we might actually be fine. Because the POW at this point should not be completely displaced. No. Maybe there is something we need to alter with this. Because the problem is that even if you place the POW, the shell interaction is just giving it a really bad bounce. Maybe we just need to create a whole stack of shells, who knows. Okay, we kind of have two shells sort of overlapping in that location now. I think maybe that would work, except when it gets pushed against the red block, I think it is going to disperse them. Or not. It actually is going to trap them. Okay, that's better. That's a lot better, in fact. if we can get the throw to be correct, this is actually how we want it to look. The problem is recreating it in future attempts, I think. It's going to be a bit of a pain, perhaps. How ended up a little too far to the left. Yeah, that's not going to work at all. We'll need to bust it quickly. Without killing the shells, of course, that we place so delicately. We'll have more to go after this before any kind of checkpoint, so have to be careful here. Now let's place this once again as our entry point. Let's not jump too far to the left this time. How does this look? Not the best. I think it's going to bounce the POW to the left. It is going to give us a bit of grief here. Okay, got it, finally. That took way too long. You know what, let's take a bone shell through to the other room in case we want it. I doubt it'll make a difference. Okay, 2:45 seconds to get this room. Donut block allows me to do some kind of drop here. Seesaw looks like it might be interesting. Looks like the idea is that we need to push a POW over to the area underneath the pipe, probably. The blaster looks like it's mostly just going to be this constraining force. Actually, no, it's going to brace the seesaw if we do anything to weigh down a seesaw. It's going to set a bit of a maximum. And notice that any kind of shell flotation over here is going to result in some seesaw manipulation. Whoops. Yeah, currently the POW is bracing this. The POW doesn't need to, of course. But we actually just need, as before, POW to sit in this location here. Now, why would we want to do that? Well, then we can start... we could potentially launch it, actually, with infinite weight. That is very promising, in fact. Or would have been, except, yeah, no, we need to stand on the right side now, because if the blaster gives me POWs, then it'll just launch a POW. And then we just hit, and then we just try to jump over. Hang on. Let's go to the right side. Okay, let's try to stand over here. Try to bounce over my head over to the right side. Right side, please. Or actually, no, we just need to stand below. Hang on. We'll nuke the POW over here. There we go. That's actually the way to do it. And, oh, that's not the axe. Not yet. Notice yellow pipe at the end as well. Reset. Oh, look at that. Reset room is going to do something special for us here. Interesting. Wonder if we exit at the beginning, if there's a particular state change that we need to be aware of. Also, if we come back in after doing the full reset. Ah, Okay, that's what happens. We probably shouldn't have done that then. We should have just gone back out. I mean, I had to try it just to see if maybe it was a state change that we need to be aware of. I mean, there is a change in the on-off state at this point, but I think by the time of you get to the second room, that doesn't matter, so... Okay, so... that was... just going to be an accidental full reset. We'll just take a death, I think, and then... unless there's some kind of troll level logic involved here. Yeah, we probably should have just done a reset through that pipe on the right. Alright, we should be able to hopefully do some of these setups a little bit faster this time, since we know approximately what to look for. So, we know how the solutions go from here up until the fake GG. We'll try to get some slightly better placements here this time, because honestly that wasn't maybe the best demonstration previously. We can get a bit of an overlap if we just continue to drop more shells on top of each other and chain them together. That seemed to be the best method to get them to kind of blend together. I don't know if they'll be far enough that there will be a displacement instead, but we'll let the lava push everything up and we'll find out. Looks like they were both stopped. That's excellent. We'll then create a drop location. Actually doing the drop is a little bit fussy, but then if we toggle the on-off switch... no, the shells will float up right away, so... well, I mean, will they? No, they won't, actually. So we want to do a toggle and then throw, because then we don't run the risk of making contact with the red blocks. So the idea is that we do it like this. That's a lot better. That's a lot better as a way of doing this. A lot more sensible. Okay. Same idea as before. We'll take the POW. We'll do the infinite weight over here. We'll then hit the POW and then launch a POW on the right side. And we got here very quickly. 385 on a clock. Here's the very fake looking GG. I don't know if we'll even bother hitting the on-off switch here. We'll notice that we do need an off state in order to drop onto the X. And that there is this additional series of interactions here, possibly dropping in out of that door and then climbing up that pipe. So we'll eventually get there, I hope. So here's the reset room. We are not going through the left side this time. Not even to experiment. Notice that we can't see... oh, that's just 1-ups, okay. Alright, in that case, we won't go through here. Let's see what the reset room will do for me this time. Ah, so you are supposed to loop through, and look at the hint that it gives you on the left side. 3 shells and a POW underneath the blaster. That's probably telling me to do that in a particular room, and we do need to loop through to do it, so it is a bit of a knowledge checkpoint. Also notice that at this location now we have obtained a bone shell that I didn't have before, which will probably become immaterial because in the second room we get bone shells anyway, but we'll make do. So 3 shells and a POW is telling me. We need to find where we're going to do that. Looks like it's going to be... maybe even a central column. Notice that the camera is locked right now. That's... yeah, if we can get this 3 shells and a POW thing to happen then. It might reveal a door, is what I'm thinking. That perhaps the blaster currently is actually covering a door, and we need to raise it using shell and POW to bump it upstairs. In order to do that, we would need to put the POW on top of the blue block. And then we align the 3 shells underneath it, because then 1 shell comes up, and then the POW just kind of bounces back and forth past that point. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll try to land a POW in that position. That I think this current column will probably do just fine. In fact, the current column might even be a hinge. Knowledge checkpoint understood. You can hit start over if you time out. Yeah. Yeah, because it looks like there's no state change that is relevant at this point, that we wouldn't just be able to manipulate ourselves. We'll just hit on off here because then we don't need to no, we still need to land a POW on top of a surface, so... however, if we set up the shells in advance, whoops, no. When we did previously. Yeah, we might need to do this setup here first, but we'll figure that out because the shell placement currently can be a little bit finicky. But if we change the on-off switch first, then we come down here and then we just place them right to left one at a time, I think possibly we'll be okay. We need to place everything ahead of time and then do the POW drop. Yeah, okay. Because blue block is then going to put a stopper over here. And then I need a way to do the POW drop. No, because the POW's going to hit the shell at this point. We do need POW to land on top of the blue block, I think. I was thinking of landing it on top of the shells here directly, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we do need to rethink this slightly. Anyway, we'll let this come down. And whoops, destroyed everything except the one in the center, which is the one we actually need. So we'll try to get the right placement. Whoops, no. Yeah, same idea that we had previously when it comes to the placement. We come up here first. Now that there's a stopper, then we drop this, and then, whoops, no. No, because I would have to land on top of the shell. Well, let's see, because... yeah, it looks like a pretty specific timing if we want to take a timing-based approach to landing the POW in the desired location. But we'll redo it. And then we will, as expected, start over so we return to the initial state. Assuming there isn't some kind of bonus for doing it all in one go, which could potentially be set up. It's not hard to imagine ways to do that, but we'll try to find the main solution first before we play around with any of that. The bonus is a longer clear time, yeah. That's what it is. Now, before I hit the on-off switch, I wonder if there's a good way to do this setup. No, I think I do need to hit it. This is also symmetrical, so it doesn't matter which side we load in POW. We just need to load it on top of the blue block. That's all there is to it. We'll load a shell on top of that first, though. Okay. Now we'll trap the shell underneath the blue block. Yeah, because lava's going to go up and down. We'll try to... This is a pretty specific slot for the POW to land on, though. On top of that blue block here, so we need to be... Whoops. Extra careful here. That's going to go. Okay, great. That's perfect. Now we just place shells on either side so we get the rest of the bounce. I set up properly. Whoops, nope. Accidentally broke it. As we would. Okay, we'll just try to go shell to shell. And down here, we'll just try to jump. Nope. Yeah, unfortunately, we broke the shell, otherwise that would have been fine. Yeah, I still don't really have a good intuitive sense of my throwing distance yet, despite counting the tiles. So, there are some narrow timing windows when it comes to landing the POW properly, but we did find it, so we have shown that it can be done. Oh yeah, I need to hit this initially first. Then we'll drop this one. The tutorial room is... hang on, I'll look at that in a moment. Yeah, let's do this. You just like to run into the piranha plant? Yeah, I guess because if you take damage, then you do the drop. With the lava up. Oh, well, I haven't thought that through yet, so we'll comment on that later, but looks like having the shell placement directly underneath the POW's initial spawning location is the right idea when it comes to placement. This means that we can just drop in directly in this column and do just fine. We can just fall in to this tile. Nope, we accidentally did what we did. I need to not adjust my jump the way I usually do. There we go, much better. Now we do the rest. That will be... Yeah, let's just stand aside for the moment until we get a chance to get in here without hitting the POW. And yeah, that should be fine. We let all the shells lower, then we drop the POW on top of the sequence of 3 here. And we should be just fine. As long as I don't do that. Or kick the shell accidentally. Okay. Now we are able to raise this, and it will probably give me a door. No, the POW went the wrong way. Okay. Alright. Well, we can pick it up again and try it again. It is going to break this shell on the left side, though, right? If I'm not mistaken. Also, we're in a position now where we just need to throw it. Okay, let's try to set up again. It's probably going to break some shells. But perhaps this throw will overshoot slightly, it'll overshoot completely. Everything's going to die. That did not go well. And yeah, the center one is still here, though. That's kind of important. So let's try to load up the POW again. The POW was just too far off center that time. Yeah, blue block is up and running. Let's... Okay, good. Mostly. It's still a little too far to the left for my comfort, but if we manage to bounce it right, then we're in business. We actually create a little bit of a trap here for the POW. And then watch the timing as the... There we go. There's the door. Now, are we able to enter that with one tile? Let's take a look. Because it looks like we do need to push the blaster up an additional spot, otherwise it just falls back in. On-off switch? Yeah, because it just kills you. It just kills it. That's right. I knew that. And... yeah. Okay, so... let's not die to a squish here before we manage to punch our way through. Here we go. We'll take a shell through. And this is a shell check. Yeah. Lava doesn't go high enough to let me do anything with the shell. Okay, time to get stumped. If you throw the stump... Now, interestingly enough, look at that 30 coin position. It is underneath this line. What does that line signify? Interesting. Okay. Checkpoint. Ah, conveyor. Okay. And yeah, so you need to bounce everything up that way. Because then everything goes over to conveyor and then... is this close enough? It is. Mecha Koopa, interesting. Well, let's see what this spawns underneath. Might be a vine. It is a vine, okay, so this is going to be resettable. However, you're able to pluck it out. I think I needed to throw it over here, so it gives me an exit through that pipe. That looks likely to be the case. I found a way to kill him. Am I not supposed to find a way to kill him? I mean... like, we're supposed to drop him over here. How did I even kill him? Anyway. We'll ride him out. Only possible when I throw him at a slope. That's awfully specific. Anyway, we're just past checkpoint, so no need to worry too much about a timer here. We'll need to probably pick up the stump and do a throw over to the POW. And yeah, you can see here the setup that has been exposed. Notice the on-off switch not only guarding the P over there, but also affecting the conveyor direction for anything that we choose to throw in. So, for example, if we manipulate this POW by tossing it in here towards the conveyor, it should bounce the stump. We don't have a key. But we are able to now pick up the stump. But then how do we manipulate the on-off positioning? That would be something to watch out for. Also notice that we don't really have a way to grab the key here, do we? At least we know the first move. You know what? What happens if I trade places here? I mean, it probably just trades places, but... it allows you to pick up the POW. That seems to be potentially important. Because what if we just toss this? It would just die, right? Yeah, it just dies. Now if we toss the stump also just dies. So let's think about this on-off switch here. It looks like the on-off switch is activated as soon as you get into the room. Anyway. Oh. Like I said, it's timing dependent. Somehow. Ah, yeah, you actually need the lava to be coming up. I guess we didn't even remotely read this earlier. There we go. Okay, we can also come down here so we don't have to squish ourselves over every single time. Okay. Yeah, so these tracks are giving you this initial block setup here that is mostly there to do the stump setup, I think. I don't see a way to manipulate the on-off switch at the moment. I also don't see a power activation as necessarily killing anything. Ideally, we have some kind of throw that is going to bounce towards the spring over there. We need some kind of throw that's going to get me access to the key, but to do that, well, first of all, let's do this as before. And we'll see if we can kind of intuit what the motion is if you throw into the lava on the left side instead. So for example, we toss like this. Okay, that does work. Because we're just inferring that from how things worked previously. And then we just toss this back and then we have a key door. We would need the P switch though in order to... Hang on. Oh, and now we can't actually grab this, can we? That's okay, because we can spring something up towards it. Oh, never mind. Now we have a slight issue here. The lava does need to be coming up, as we said before. Nope, that just dies. I was hoping it would raise the stump so we can have another shot at it. Don't quite know how to reproduce the previous interaction we had, probably just by catching the lava as it's coming up. So how did this work in the first place? I don't think we can actually jump up towards it. However, if we bounce... nope, it's not going to work. We definitely need to displace the stump. The question really is just how. I was hoping we could bounce something else underneath it with the same throwing method that we exercised to catch the stump there in the first place, but I don't really know how that worked to begin with. So we might need to reset this. Hang on. Because I feel like the stump is not in an ideal position. Anyway, and we have the key already, so we don't even need to repeat absolutely everything here. We just need to create the stack on the left side, so we're actually in good shape. Because we can just reset through and just use the key without worrying too much here. Now, unlocking this with the key gives you the off state. That's what this is. And because it looks like the spawn door will affect that mainly. So now we displaced the P, but we need the P to be either bumped out of the way or remotely activated such that I am in the box when the P is set. If I'm in the box when the P is activated, then I'm able to get up into the door. So it does mean that we probably need something like the stump placed above here. And we know that given the ability to pluck the stump, I can just place it practically anywhere SSMB2, so if we place it here, then if we are able to bounce to P, then we would be able to have a remote activation. So, let's try something like that. Let's pluck this. Let's drop this on top of where the P is going to go. We don't even need to do it on top of the semi-solids. We can just place it here, I think, and maybe that'll work. Maybe this placement will work. In fact, I don't want to potentially block the pipe with the POW, though. Does this block the pipe with the POW? Let's find out. Or will the POW spawn? It does block. Okay. So let's be careful here. Yeah, that's slightly better. That still kind of blocks, though. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, so now we will attempt to throw the POW aside over here, and then... No, we want whatever object we throw to go over the conveyor. Tub and Chub, it's going alright. We're playing levels in a puzzle contest. We want to drop this on top of the conveyor for it to push to P, so we'll need to bounce. And bounce in such a way that we don't touch the lava. Or get bounced on top of this thing here, so... No, that doesn't work. Maybe we need the stump to push the P. Or... why would that make sense? No, you actually need to throw from this location here, because the conveyor belt will do the rest, so we overcomplicate it as usual. Now let's not lock ourselves. That would be kind of dire. Also, yeah, we placed a stump in a terrible position. Let's just reset this room. Now, if we reset this room from the pipe, though, it will probably revert the on-off state, won't it? The theme is Move the Earth. It's a lot of moving environmental effects, basically. Rising and falling fluids, auto-scroll, that kind of thing. Let me actually pull up the dock for you to look at, if you so choose. Okay, so we remain in the off state, which is great, because we plucked a stump. Place it over here. Let's get rid of the POW first. Let's place the stump down. We'll grab a POW and then we'll just walk it over here and have it go on the conveyor belt. Then we'll get inside the box. Nope, it doesn't. So then what activates the P? Maybe the lava level here does have a bit of an effect. Okay, so we did manage to brace it. But we need... well, let's see what happens if we try it with this stump. I just need to figure out some way to raise the P right now. And just haven't found it yet. Oh, stump is just going to float all the way across. That is interesting. We're going to time out, but that's okay. We know what to do here and how to get here. Because I'm looking at this, and throwing from this position towards the blue conveyor is probably quite important. We just don't know how raising the P or getting its remote activation is necessarily going to work. Okay, goes right here. And we'll just get back into position. Whoops. Too far. Or too close, actually. Would be nice if you held still. There we go. Okay, so, same idea as before. We send a POW over the conveyor as the lava is above it. That gives me the stump. And then we send a stump down this way. Yeah, I guess the stump is going to have a bit of a different throw trajectory. And POW will reset the room at this point because we don't want to mess around with trying to grab the stump. If we were directly above it, then we would have been able to pick it up immediately. But I don't know if that we would have been able to get it over there in time, so let's try this again. Let's take a look at what the trampoline is sitting on as well. It looks like it might be sitting on top of an on-off switch block, in fact. Or something like it. I can't quite make it out. So, no, that's just the bottom tile of the spring. We have no idea what it's sitting on, in fact, except that in the off state it seems to have dropped out completely. In the off state room, rather. So let's go to the off state room just to see what happens. Okay, so we have the initial stump there. We have been thinking all this time about displacing the P somehow. I see what's going on. That the POW is just dropping completely. So why don't we just do this thing again? We might need to redo that. Maybe with the lava coming up towards the top level here. Let's try it again. It's going to hit nothing because this trajectory previously hit the column just to the left. And because that's how it managed to land on top of the spring and come up. But given that you tend to have a bit of a different angle with this stump, let's try it in the right side position. Interestingly enough, even with the lava at the top level, the stump just bounces right over, which tells me something important. Which is that if we stand here and throw it this way, it will hit the wall. Okay. Yeah, there's a note block below the P. That's our target. There is a note block there. But we would basically need an object to coast over the blue conveyor. I thought that object could be the stump, because it will have a bit of a different falling angle, but we'll see if that is actually the case. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. Now we need to not hit the P switch until we well, let's see, because we need to be in the box to hit the P switch. I was previously hoping that the P switch would just come over here and just touch this stump and that would activate it, but since we used the stump as our throwing object here instead, I wonder if the stump really did have a different throwing angle than the POW, because if we're able to use the POW to get the same kind of motion, we would have been fine. No, hang on. I'm trying to throw it towards the conveyor. Might need to find some way to force the POW drop as well. Yeah, because we do want it loaded on top of the conveyor belt. We were fairly close to getting it that time. Oh, no. That's exactly what we need. Yeah, no, it's just going to hit that on the corner, so. We'll see about that. We're close to something. I don't know if that trajectory only works with the stump. That's something we'll have to find out. Definitely a note block underneath the switch, though, that we should have been using for manipulation. Okay, we'll try to do this a little more cleanly this time. That was not clean. That was a little better. Okay, same kind of sequence that we saw previously. Yeah, I feel like I do have to guess some of the placements, but other than that, we've been doing okay. Okay, that's gonna go bounce. Then we reset through here. Yeah, I'd say we definitely want to bounce the P. Okay, let's just go through the door and get the state switch. So we know how to bounce the P up from the other side. The main problem for me here is it possible to do it using the POW instead of the stump? And the problem is that the POW is just a lot more fragile. Can't really get a good throwing position in. Because ideally we want the POW to catch the conveyor belt just a tiny bit further than what I demonstrated there. And we wanted a stump to be in a position at a piece which would be able to hit. Whoops, not like that. We can just place it down this way. Yeah, that's the best way to place it, is to do something like that. Now, if the P gets bounced, would it actually hit? Let's actually stand on top of the POW and find out. Oh, whoops. Nope, that's a mistake. We're resetting this one. Well, that's okay. We'll practice with the POW just to see what the outcome will be. No, it looks like it just doesn't quite float the way I want. However, no, there we go, conveyor. And then P. Nope, POW doesn't go far enough to land on the milk block once it drops it to the conveyor. So it has to be stumped there. But if it is going to be stumped there, then if the P comes up, then how do we manipulate that? Well, possibly, yeah, I feel like we do need to place something on top here. I originally assumed it would be a stump so we could get the P interaction against it. But again, that would require me to figure out a way to get the POW to behave. Maybe that we did have the right idea throwing it from the right side earlier, but we'll see about that. Well, I mean, we can try it just to see if the position can be manipulated any further. It can. Look at that. That's actually the move, then. Because it does give me enough time. If we place a stump here in advance, it does give me enough time to get over here in the box before the POW gets bumped up. So if we can consistently get the POW to follow that course, then we may be okay. Now we do, in fact, want a stump to be placed here. And yeah, just do a soft drop equivalent over here. It will not go. Okay. Alright. Now, will a POW spawn for me? Will. So how do we get... He's what should do its thing earlier. It actually has to do with the lava level. We need to time it. Whoops. Such that the drop angle is actually going to be correct. Yeah, okay, I see what's happening here, is that it just gets nudged against this wall, and maybe because we're doing the soft throw, No, it keeps going against this wall. We had this earlier, I just don't know how we managed to do it. Whoops. Because it does seem to be affected by the fluid drag effect. I mean, we know we could use POW to bounce this up. We just don't quite remember how it looked. Oh, like that? Did it go up? No, it didn't. So how did I hit the P? It seems like I must have had to use the conveyor. It's just that the conveyor keeps putting the POW in a bad position. We did it with a stump, but we can't use the stump because we want it as the activator. Nope. So what did we even do to raise the P? We definitely did something that worked. Maybe we just circumvented the conveyor belt here entirely. Or not. Well, let's see. It consistently bumps. Oops. You do need to guess a little bit for where to stand, but it seems like the way that the POW falls off the conveyor is going to be pretty much the same every time. Isn't the lava working against me here by making it hit the wall? I think that is what's going on, but we need the lava to be above the conveyor belt in the initial part of the interaction, otherwise the POW breaks against the conveyor, so it is timing dependent. And yeah, you're right, that because it is slowing the fall of the object, the POW is hitting a corner. If it does not hit the corner, it goes down towards the note block and it raises to P, and everything is fine. Okay, let's try it again. Oh, whoops. Come on, let's go. Works for me. Okay, we've flowed through this whole part already. It's gonna give me the stump. Stump against this position here is going to give me the key. We reset the room. and then make it through the key door. Oops, let's try this again. That's gonna ride up, great. We'll go through. Yeah, we do want to place the stump in this initial position over here. It's too valuable to us here otherwise. Feels a little close. Maybe that leaves enough room. Let's find out. Let's find out the hard way. Yeah, okay, lots of room. So basically we want the lava to start going down. But that is not really the timing window that we need. Yeah, I don't know how we did it earlier. Let's figure that out. Oh, there we go. Up, and of course I was in the wrong position to take advantage of that. Now that we finally got it right. Let's reset the room. Well, we got it. That's the proof of concept. We just need to rush out of there after doing the throw, just to wait and see. Anyway. Yeah, so let's get the stump in position first, as before. Whoops. Let's see if it's... Oh, respawns in this position? Not quite, so... Have to be a little more careful here. And yeah, so the placement was fine, we just needed better timing. Whoops, that's not better timing. We'll land basically to the last possible moment here. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I want to pick it up a second time. Okay, there we go. Okay. Ah, we do need to ride this guy out. Interesting positionally that we will survive this just fine. Slight displacement there as well. And we're now underneath the Magic Koopa room. And we'll need to place something down here. Possibly just Magic Koopa itself. Would have been there a lot longer if I didn't get lucky with the timing the first time. Yeah, probably. We might have just given up on that particular approach prematurely. That happens often enough. Looks like we need to probably be pushed up using the blaster. Bone shell, if you drop it, it would need to be with the lava level down, so it makes contact with the conveyor. And if it's doing that, it would need to raise another object, like the stump. That's what the POW is for. We drop POW in that location, assuming we can just drop it. Oops, didn't mean to hit that. Hang on. Oh, that looks like an awfully specific position unless we activate the on-off switch. Let's check up here. No activation of the on-off switch is going to be contingent on revisiting the room, so we'll take a look at this. I think we actually just needed the stump to be our platform on that side, which tells me that if we hadn't activated Vine, we would be going for something like this. Oh, wrong way. But if there was a shell in that position, that would have been fine. I think. Because if you... Whoops. Throw here. Yeah, I just needed to land on top of something. Like the shell. Let's reload into this. Okay, same idea. We only have access to one bone shell. Also, we're able to... I'll go back about up top. Let's not activate the vine by accident this time. And yeah, if the POW falls down into the bottom right, I think we're actually fine. Well, we'll see. Whoops, nope, that's wrong. Whoops, just trying to soft drop this, I don't know. Oh, we're just not standing far enough, I guess. That's too soon. The POW winds up under the shell. We don't want that. We can always just jump in here. No, because then the POW is above my head and that automatically activates. So that won't be it either. Basically, we're trying to find a good way to make the POW land safely. If we had the on-off activation, we would potentially be able to trap the bone shell. Let's think about that. We have 20 seconds to think about it, so... Yeah, it's not until we have the activation and on-off switch that we're going to be able to loop around here and then go up through the middle to the stump, so... we need to make this work using the POW. Possibly you drop the shell and a POW together in some order, within the same cycle. Okay, let's try it. We'll punch this. Oops. Nearly woke up that time, but we are fine. Knowledge checkpoint missed. Okay. Some kind of visual clue I didn't look at. Some kind of pipe I didn't enter, perhaps. Well, we'll see what we can do without it. Oh, whoops. Nope, that's wrong. Anyway, it's the same kind of manipulation that we've seen previously. Oh, that also missed. We do need the lava to be basically coming up. Okay, that's fine. And then we'll just toss in here. And reset the room. Okay. Now we do the same thing to create a double stack on the left side. And then we just continue with what we did previously in the off state. Now let's go for that stump. Not the ideal position, but let's make sure we can respawn POWs from here. Okay, we can. Oh, will that go? Nope. Bad timing. Wanted to catch it at the last possible moment. That's gonna fall in. Great. Got lava galore, except that was not great. I thought the mecha was going to keep walking, and I misjudged that. Getting a little too fancy in the wrong places. Okay, same idea over here. Keeping my eyes out for a potential knowledge checkpoint, of course. I don't think we saw where it was going to go. Also, the fact that we have access to the pipes down here makes me wonder if we can just drop the mecha over there as the platform that we were standing on previously. Use that instead. Now it's not in the best position, obviously. But if we do this, then yeah, it's within camera view. Okay. Now, did we kick it in such a way that would give me... Oh, no. Well, we can't see a thing at this point, so let's redo it. Yeah, I mean, I guess there was a mechanical reason why we're meant to recognize this room immediately upon looping into it. That's not where we want to go with that. Nope, not quite. Okay, I needed to walk across it into the red pipe if I'm trying to do that. Because I believed it was braced by mecha down there. We just need to try to recreate it a little more efficiently. Okay, just holding right into that doesn't work. Nope. I think I need to see that on screen again, where just not able to manipulate it blind until I've had a visual reminder of what it looks like. Let's just loop back there. Even at the expense of time. Or should we? Let's check this. Oh. Yeah, hard to see which way I'm kicking the mecha if I'm kicking it around downstairs. Our pipe is lined up with gold. Well, I mean, we'll have to go back there and visualize that. Yeah, anyway. A lot of this is relatively straightforward. Reset room. Oh, I see. It lines up with gold. As in, the bottom pipes line up with the upper ones. Doesn't really help me if I'm kicking Nameca around downstairs, though. Without a good idea of what we're doing. Oh. Well, we'll try again. Anyway, back to the off state. And we'll just... Yeah, it would be nice to not have to repeat all of this, but at the same time I just didn't get a good look at the bottom half of the pipe room. Anyway, same idea here. We'll just do a forward throw into this as the lava is about to go down. Okay, let's not mess around with this too much. And yeah, we'll just walk like that. Same idea here. Yeah, because then we can just fall in. We kick it in that location, then we just fall in towards it. Just need to make sure we don't kick it backwards by mistake. Now we're here. We had seen this previously. Once again, trying to use the bridges to my advantage is probably a decent idea. If we want to load POW on top of the shell, actually, we need to throw the POW and then just drop the shell on the left side instead. I don't think we can do that in time. Oh, whoops. And we also need the POW to not hit. Basically, grab the shell, drop it here, but then the POW would outpace it and it would go down below. No, we'll try it again. Okay, so getting through the door, or rather the pipe at all, is one of my objectives here. It'll be achievable until we also deal with the blaster first, perhaps, but no, we'll definitely need an on-off state switch at some point here. Let's check upstairs. Okay. Well then, if you're about going that way. Anyway, let's do this, and hopefully it just gets loaded on top when everything is nearing its bottom. Yeah, there's a visual reference here, which is with the red column on the right past middle tile. Nope, once again, just kind of hit the lip of that semi-solid. That's very unfortunate. L64, welcome. It's a bit of an odd slot here. Yeah, okay, now we can soft drop into that. It's just that we need to watch the timing here. Nope, too late. Still hitting the conveyor. There we go. Now we can go through and hopefully we get the off state with 57 seconds remaining to take advantage of it. Yeah, we do want to respawn here, and then it gives me the off state. Oh, that's me up there. Now we try to use the off state to push the blaster to get the stump, and then it's probably going to be some kind of stump setup on the left. Now, interestingly enough, this does block me from taking objects to and fro. Let's see what we can do with that. I think this should... Oh yeah, you can still go up top. That's... no way. And that's going to be done. Once again, I think it is actually going to be POW and... Yeah, because we know that Shell plus POW underneath the blaster is going to lift the blaster. We've got 10 seconds, we won't do this, but if we drop Shell first and then land a POW on top of it, have that stack push the blaster up. So basically you place the objects accordingly, you stand on top of the blaster, it pushes you towards the stump. Now let's see if we can take advantage of the knowledge checkpoint this time. You nearly finished your end-of-life Wii U and 3DS spree. Yeah, I think I'm done as well. I had to exercise a little bit of self-control. Oh yes, that's right, we need to dump this guy to the right side. Let's do that without getting overly displaced. Here we go. There were 8 Picross E-games. I didn't know that. The only one I have is the My Nintendo Twilight Princess special. That's the only Picross that I have on 3DS. I knew there were many of them. I didn't know there were that many. Oh, whoops. We're going to lose a shell, aren't we? Unless we float it over. No, we'll lose it. Let's redo the room. Let's just respawn the red pipe. There's also a sunrail when you don't even know why you picked it. Yeah, I completed a few sets. I had previously played Pushmo and Crashmo back in the day, a decade ago, but I never actually picked up Stretchmo, which was the one that technically was the same business model, but with a free-to-play entry point, which I'm sure was terribly confusing. I guess that's pull blocks and fall blocks in EU. And yeah, so I grabbed Stretchmo and I also grabbed Pushmo World for the Wii U, which I originally missed because I thought it was mostly redundant. But I'm told it's actually not. I'm told it's a significant expansion when it comes to the mechanics involved. Now let's wait for this to go down near the belt. Yeah, also managed to get the Pikmin 1 and 2 versions with the Wii controls, which I previously hadn't played. Hadn't played the early Pikmin since GameCube, in fact, so it's kind of nice to have them back in this form. So, if we take the POW, I think I'm able to just jump up. Why don't we just do that before? Drop the POW this way. Because we need to drop Shell first anyway. Okay, Shell followed by POW. Yep, that's right. So let's reset through this. Oh, that's okay. Off state will be preserved. Yeah, grabbed all of the NSMBU DLC as well. I'd actually, sorry, NSMB 2 rather. NSMB 2 is a game that I actually originally got as a Club Nintendo reward as well, I think. And of course, it being NSMB 2, I just never thought I would actually go back to it. Except, of course, over the years I've been hearing a lot about the Impossible Pack. And I thought, well, okay, we're getting the Impossible Pack, let's just complete the set. If we send... I'm looking at the timing here because there's a note block that is underneath. Wouldn't it make sense to drop POW in there first? POW would go towards the note block. And then we push it further with Bone Shell. So it should actually be POW first. We had it right all along. Whoops, not like that, obviously. It's not what we wanted. Or was it? Well, let's move the shell out of the way for once. NSMBU DLC is the first thing you picked out of it? Yeah, it was something I had marked out for myself as well, along with Super Mario Advance. Super Mario Advance 4 on the Wii U. Even after its availability on the Nintendo Switch via the GBA Online. I don't have the premium subscription for Switch Online, so it made sense to try to own my own copy long term. We may stream it at some point. I had been thinking for some time that we would do it. Okay. So, is it going to be on the way down here? I think it is. No, it isn't. That's going to miss the note block. So I guess we do want things to be slowed down, and so we'll toss it towards this location when everything is on the way up. Does it wind up on top of the note block? Yes, it does. Now we send a shell. Oh, mecha. I guess we're going to do a massive stack then, because if we do mecha, then we send it down like this, and then if the lava is in the top position, it should... Oh, whoops, wrong way. Didn't think it would go all the way there. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, because we kind of need one additional piece in order to get the POW to go properly. Let's stomp on it to get rid of it. I'll need to crush it, I think. Oh yeah, no, there we go. And did it get loaded properly? Did a central column? It did not. And I also lost a bone shell, which is a big problem because we can't recover it without resetting the room. Guess we need to reset the room. 133 seconds to go. Or is the bone shell... No, it broke. Okay. Yeah, because I was hoping to get mecha under the POW, because we kind of need one additional piece in order for the bone shell float to push the blaster up. And I also need to remember to stand on top of the blaster after the fact, which is an easy thing to neglect. Whoops. Ownership, yeah, insofar as it's digital ownership. Still nice to have a library copy. Also, I understand by reputation that things like the NSMB2 DLC, you know, even if you were reliant on emulation through Citra or whatever, it's a lot of stuff like DLC or things like the e-reader features that are very comparatively difficult to come by when it comes to emulation. So, you know, that's not a stopgap for these the way that it would be for a lot of other games. Let's see if we can get the POW into maximum position here. Okay, we get the mecha at this point. Now, why did the mecha cross all the way over there? Okay, so that dies. We do want it to land on top of the conveyor. There we go, that's what we want. Now we can get the bone shell in the remaining 30 seconds. And then... yeah. I had to tell myself I really don't need things like the... Whoops. Okay, we blew it. Yeah, and that's unfortunate. We'll die on time. We needed to watch the lava level such that the shell is going to make it over by one tile, and we need to do it while remembering to stand over here while ducking so we don't activate the block. From the little I've played of Coin Rush, I understand that it's effectively just a little coin bonus for making it that far. I mean, the checkpoints don't function as checkpoints anyway. In fact, one of the things that I like about Coin Rush mode is that it's checkpoint free, and that, you know, it is a survival challenge on a long scale. But you don't really get so much in Mario, most of the time. Apart from maybe the last level of Super Mario World Special World, which was a bit of a marathon, but it's in very rare situations that Mario will operate that way. No, we need to place this guy down below. Hang on, so we don't repeat everything. And yeah, it's just something that was already kind of there in the base engine, right? So makes sense that it would just build certain locations as the checkpoints, even if they're not going to function that way. I guess, you know, semantically it could be confusing, but we wanted to drop the shell first. Let's... Oh, no, I killed the shell. Let's redo this. And let's actually watch the lava timing. Once in our lives. Okay. Now it's going to be on the way down. Most of the way. There we go. Not the easiest timing to spot, but... Oh! Okay. That's unfortunate. That's okay, we'll just redo it. Didn't expect it to be displaced quite like that, but that's because I was standing on top of it impatiently. But yeah, I think I've decided to forego completing my Fire Emblem DLC. It's kind of massively overpriced for what it is, and I feel like I'm not likely to go back to that. Even though it did seem a little bit silly, because I do own the All Roads cart for Fire Emblem Fates, and then, you know, there's a certain temptation to just complete everything for its own sake when you're so close to doing so already. In a much better shape than most people when it comes to doing that, but... Oh, whoops. Let's get the shell out of the way first, just place it somewhere safely, so we don't do that. Yeah, we want the lava to be in a high position. Sort of floating angle. Gets the objects in the right place. Conceptually, it's a very easy thing to understand, it's just executing it, once you understand it, is still a little bit tricky. And I want to maximize uptime there, yep. Oh! Let's go back to the SME2 mushroom. Oops. Oh, and Mecha's gonna run down there, that's fine. We'll try to catch it on the next cycle here. Oh, except I think it sailed right over it. No, it's fine. Likewise. Yeah, it's going to go down and then... No, that's the same mistake we made last time. So how do we fix that? I think I need to... I mean, you can't just kick it because it'll smash against a wall and that won't work. But I guess the falling angle on that as well is... Yeah. I'm going to reset it. A little bit finicky to do it, but... I'll try it out. Okay. Same ideas before. POW. First wall. I mean, let's get the bone shell out to safety first. There we go. And we'll want this at maximum. We want... That's wrong. Yeah, sometimes just spotting where you can safely drop something without it colliding with the nearest corner is going to be an art form in its own right. Yeah, one thing that I think the biggest retail scale purchase that I got was actually Planet Robobot. And that's partly because I realized that that's one game that is already in a bit of a dire situation when it comes to the secondary market, at least in my region. And that it's not likely to get any better simply because it is a game that at this point has a very strong reputation and just shows all the signs of being a first-party title that eventually skyrockets in value. It just looks that way. Much more so than a lot of other 3DS titles, for sure. Makes me wish that I had spent things like my Nintendo Gold points on it for coupons years ago. It was easy to get things at 30% off or however. But I didn't tend to take advantage of the coupons very much, so... Live and learn. Ah, I see. Mecha's getting bumped in a corner there. Okay, 90 seconds. Again. So... we actually want to... Yeah, we actually want the lava to be at the lowest point, so there's no resistance on the conveyor, right? No, that's wrong. We actually want to take advantage of the shell floating at all times, so it doesn't stop against that column. And so we actually want to drop it on the conveyor just as the lava is coming up within those few tiles. That is going to allow it to just not get stuck. It will keep going. And at that point, we need to jump up here immediately as well, without hitting that. Now, if I'm kind of displaced like this, though, do I get squished? Let me think. You know, I don't need to do this part. We just drop the POW, stand on top here, and I just need to stand up straight, and we could have just gotten through here to begin with. So then, what's the purpose of the mecha? Other than as something thematic, it would be to get you out eventually if you have a bone shell. But then you also have the stump, so I wonder what's going on with that. Yeah, Mil64, you would think so, and that's the case with something like Triple Deluxe. It's actually fairly easy to find. Planet Robot, I'm surprised by how high the prices are for something that you would have expected to get a huge print run. Because it's usually a lot of these smaller series that run into a lot of trouble, like the older Fire Emblem games in particular, which, you know, benefited from the profile of the series having been very belatedly raised, such that people just weren't bothering to buy the Fire Emblem Radiant games when they were coming out, but then, you know, they just had that very short printing. And then, okay, we need to redo this. And then, of course, the series just exploded years later. And you would think that, you know, Kirby would be something that's easy to come by, which is why I hadn't even looked at picking up something like Robobot initially, but then I saw the situation was actually in terms of pricing. But once again, let's try this. I'm definitely kicking it to the left there, depending on I'm standing off screen, so let's skip through it a bit more. I feel like we basically had ourselves on a cusp of the solution for a while now. It's just, you know, execution mistakes as usual. Yeah. Again, not standing in a good position. We just need to throw it towards the right side location other than the note block, perhaps. It's not that wide a creature. Or device. This Mecha Koopa. Oh, whoops. Nope. I can't even pick it up, is the thing. So I can't see where I'm going. But yeah, there were a lot of other things I looked up that I realized, okay, we can probably pass on this for now, and it's easy enough to get the cart afterwards. I've actually been considering picking up Mario Maker 3DS for the built-in levels at some point. Because that, I hear, is a unique experience, but not something that I ever would have wanted to play for anything close to a full-price title, given that I wouldn't really be getting much use out of Mario Maker 3DS as a creative suite. But it's kind of like the same situation as the e-reader levels for Advance 4, I guess. That the point is just to see what kind of Mario Nintendo designers have been up to in-house. And once you start looking into that, you just start catching a little bit of everything. Including the NSMB2 DLC that we were just talking about. Yeah, I felt like with the 3DS, they were doing so much experimentation with the earliest instances of Nintendo DLC. NSMB2 being one example, Fire Emblem Awakening being another, where on that platform they never really quite hit the sweet spot with anything. Whereas by the time you get to the Switch with things like Torna and Octo Expansion, they really did manage to nail that, and you can kind of see how they've at Nintendo just gone substantially for the Season Pass model now, probably because they've seen that it pays off and that people are actually satisfied with it, satisfied enough to continue to pay in. Okay, let's just see if this will get me in the correct position. That's going to come up. Okay. Yeah, why don't we just do that in the first place? Let's do that instead. And then here we can then... Why would we want the mecha then? Because Oh, I see, because something would fall out of position here if you're not careful. Oh, you need Mecha and a stump. Ah, because Mecha would just kill it. And a stump would likely just kill it as well, right? But you do still need something to float. So we have the stump. I mean, we definitely still want the bone shell, but then... what is the problem here, then? We want to get back out over there with the pipe. Or do we? I think I've lost track of our objective in this room here. Whoops, no. That's not even remotely correct. Although, interestingly enough, if you have the POW under blaster stack here, that kind of interaction could eventually be useful. Okay. Right, we just wanted to move this out of the way and then go for the POW instead. And we'll see how that goes. Same kind of push as before, as everything is coming up. Then what is the mecha about? We really don't know that yet. Well, we know we could place a shell. We know there's that whole thing with a conveyor over there, but then why don't we just place this on top? Or, oh, okay, no, I see, because stump is just going to go straight through. What does that do for me then? Yeah, quite a lot of variety to each of the solutions that was seen here. Rather than throwing, I might just let the mecha walk off in a certain location. And perhaps that would be the way to deal with it. But what are we even trying to achieve with that? Not clear to me. Because we went back and forth with the door anyway already. So the question is, was there something I'm missing in the transitional room? And it's possible that it's the same kind of story here with the blaster concealing a door again, actually. Because, yeah, we're definitely considering that it's going to be the same kind of exit as what we saw earlier. Oh, no POW? Okay, yeah. I'll wait for it. There we go. And then, as before, we'll try not to make too much of a fiasco out of dropping it off screen. Yeah, throw without kicking it. Walk on top of it, and we go. then drop that. And then we'll have the POW catch the conveyor as it's just about to hit. There we go. Right, no, we do want to go through the pipe at the end, because in the off state that gives me the goal. That is something that we knew a while ago, and I just completely lost track of it. That, yes, we do want to go over the same exit. Yeah, there's nothing that's being blocked by the blaster over here, as you can see. Very obviously. So the question is, what do we stack on the left side, given that the red blocks are no longer there to create a column? And that would allow the bone shell to bunch things up. Well, we can always have it kind of pushed towards the mecha. So the mecha, we want to place the mecha in such a way that it does not kill the shell when we place it. The shell is a fragile thing. Oh, okay. And POW placement. Yeah, that's going to be lava on the way up. Oh, nope. We didn't want to hit that. That was a mistake. Execution mistakes found, as usual, at this late stage when we're just on the last room. Looks like we haven't actually thought anything new about the solution recently. We're just riding this out. And, okay, let's try to make this work. Okay, so we need to stand here, we need to not jump. We've got a stump. Now, is there a reason we would want to take a stump through the one-way panel to the right? It doesn't matter because we can always take it around through the top. Interesting thing to note about the stump is that it does stop the mechas from continuing their walk. But only if you place it correctly. I think the idea that we might want to have here is to somehow displace the mechas such that they walk off towards the left. But then they would just keep walking, so what's even the point of that? As we have to stump here, we just need to think about it. Because which objects are going to be on the left side? The bone shell by itself isn't really going to happen, although we do need it as the floating piece fundamentally to make anything work. So I guess bone shell has to be first, but then past that point, well, let's take a look here. Yeah, I think this does kill the shell though, no matter how I throw it. So basically we need something to stand on that's going to land on the shell but maintain a stable position. It looks like probably will just be the mecha, but we need to figure out how to place it. Whoops. You know what? Why don't we just go through? Oh no, because we're down by a tile. If we're down by a tile, then... let's think about that. Why are we unable to just... yeah, because isn't that... oh no, it gets displaced like that, okay. Gets completely displaced. Curious. But then you're definitely supposed to use a stump for something, because it lets you claim it. So we don't know what the stump and mecha setup for this exit gate is going to be. Not going to be something using the conveyor. We basically need a replacement for all of these red on-off blocks that are no longer in active service, I suppose. Like if you drop something beside it, like this, in this position, and then manage to pick up a stump and kind of bounce it on top. No, not really. It's just going to fall through as before. Nope. Wow, look at that bounce. Awful rebound. Just did exactly what it needed to do to snipe off the shell as it was coming up. Let's see. There's this final step here. I just don't see. Because, yeah, if you have some kind of object or stack that is high enough, then you can just sail through with a shell. You just need one additional tile. But if that's not the case, well, let's think about that. It's the same kind of idea where you throw towards the lava and time's up. It's the same as the pow throw that we've been doing all throughout the level, basically. I don't know why we weren't thinking harder along those lines. That's really what the entirety of this game is trying to communicate. Okay, let's do this. And yeah, same idea as before. So it really does help to have this on-off column with red blocks over here, and the fact that we're bereft of it the second time we come here with the off state does make a pretty substantial difference. Because if the red blocks are not available there, then objects are liable to just bounce up and to the right. Okay, so... yeah, let's just move this. Then get the POW in position once again until we figure out what's incorrect about this, if anything. Yeah, so let's trade up to the stump. Nope. Just jumping way too aggressively and stuff like that. Now we need to reset. Still don't see what the final stack is going to be, though, in terms of how to get the setup going. you had some bone shells side by side, that would be something, because you'd be able to bounce the platform back and forth on top of that, but failing that. Okay. Let's take this. We'll head down here as well. We know to take advantage of the conveyor belts when things are almost completely finished. Oh, whoops, the wrong way. Right, because we're in the off state already, so we're not keeping track of where we actually are. Yeah, so we're only limited to one bone shell there, unless there's anything else we can do to manipulate it. I wonder, because... Okay, so POW is kind of available here. Let's... Whoops. Oh. Totally went to the wrong pipe. That's okay, we'll need to reset the room. Interestingly enough, if you take the bone shell, ride it out, and come back, you'd be able to get 2 shells. 2 shells then allow you to bounce things back and forth, right? Oh no, you wouldn't, because this... Okay, never mind. I'm thinking of pipe spawns. That's completely wrong. Things do start getting a bit scrambled after you have been on a specific place for long enough. Look, we're going to drop it in this column. Although we still need the whole interaction here. Or maybe. Okay. Let's just go over here. And potentially we're able to... Oh yeah, we're back in the off state, that's fine. I mean, yeah, we should go back to raising the blaster to preserve our progress. Oh, whoops, no, missed. Got to get on top of the stump. Very easy to just miss a step and have to reset the whole thing. In many puzzles, not just this one. And once you've been on something for long enough, you do start getting quite careless. Or at least I do. Okay, same idea with the power drop. We'll wait for the lab to come up, then we'll get on top of the blaster. Still don't... Wow. Every single time we just bought this thing by accident. Need to be a little more attentive to that style of mistake, which has cost me significant time. Yeah. Still don't really see what the stack configuration and the final exit is trying to get at. But anyway, let's keep track. Let's draw the shell in its normal location. We'll just complete the gate. And one-way panels will line things up nicely. So we need to rethink this completely. No, we know that we can trade up to the stump. We can attempt that. Okay. So it's going to be on its way up. I think. Whoops, let's stand here. Let's not hit the block. That was very close to not going well. What do we walk the mechas across? Hang on. Seems a little tricky to set it down to the location I need. I mean, we know that we can get the mechas to be loaded underneath the POW, but then that doesn't really seem to help. Now, we don't have any kind of replacement for the red block column, which is one of our roadblocks to the exit. Who is even going to be in the stack? Dry Bones either has to be at the bottom of the stack or is something that we ride. Now, just one mecha active at a time, Doring. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, and it's going to bounce off the wall. That's one of the things that... Well, we'll see. It stays there. I feel like the way to do it, without destroying the shell, would have been maybe to kick it over and have it all along the wall. No, it's into kick state, though. That would not really work either. Okay. Let's reset it. Yeah, I don't see how that stack is going to work at all. Might be something really simple. Losing your touch here. Let's... Yeah, let's start with a bone shell at the bottom of the stack. I guess it has to be. But if it's outside a one-way panel, then we have a bit more flexibility. Anyway, yeah, we need to drop this such that it's going to give me access to the stump and a mecha. I guess it trades up 2 objects. No, again. Look at this thing. Just trying to make a regular old jump over there, and we've lost so many attempts to that. That's what happens when you don't read markers. Okay, so let's try this again. Alright, so same idea as before, shell first. Okay. We will get the POW to trade up to the blaster. No, not this room. We need to toggle the on-off state first. Let's not get too confused. Oh, no. Same mistake where we jump towards it too quickly and then you get into these issues. That's okay. That's recoverable. I think. Yeah, let's let everything go down. I feel like taking advantage of the ability to continue to stack objects underneath the right side blaster is something that oh, yeah, once again. No, we just need to ride on top of the POW as it's coming up, so we enter the door before any kind of displacement like that happens. It's just way too unknown here to deal with that with any uncertainty. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, let's get out. And yeah, we'll go for the classic. And we'll wait. We'll stand here carefully without hitting the block. I did, of course, nearly hit the block. So, what could we possibly be standing on? Shell plus. Could be maybe. Well, let's be careful with the shell so we don't blow the whole attempt. Yeah, because the on-off switch has already been manipulated here, the shell just stays up. The shell stays up anyway. So, maybe that's a clear sign that we should be doing other things in that location. Trying to create a different kind of stack completely, perhaps. Don't quite see it. I mean, the central mechanic is going to be some kind of soft drop into it. Whoops. Just somewhere that looks dangerous, but it's actually safe. We have plenty of visual clues given to us to work this out as we go, but like if we know what it takes to raise the POWs even further. Maybe that would work, actually, if you continue to raise it by another slot. Well, let's see here. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. That's okay, we'll take it. Well, it could have been. So yeah. We can try to drop the mecha. I think the throw will just kill the shell because it's in the throwing state. Yeah, just kills it. And it's also going to stay down below, which is a bit of a problem. However, if you started with the bone shell in that position, put the bone shell on top of that perhaps. And okay, so volume is completely independent of everything else here. I mean, we just need some kind of surface to stand on, and we've got a lot of tiles to cover, and I was hoping that it would just be a bounce down below with somebody who can stand, but we're definitely missing something about this room. I'm trying to see what it is we've not interacted with so far. We've looked at the boxes for the ever so annoying invisible blocks. We've looked at a lot of old items. Okay, let's... Anyway. Starting to babble a little bit, which is not a good sign. Yeah, we've got 100 seconds. We've been staring at this in a rather exhausted fashion. We considered stacking shell over here. I'm just trying to think about what we can do to potentially get the mecha to be in a stable position. Because if we can get it to sort of walk around in a central position, such that we can use it as a platform to make it over, that would be great, but we don't currently have a solution for that. Well, supplies are limited. Well, I mean, at this point, we're likely to time out, but just trying to see what it could possibly be. Because you got a blue block that's there. We know that. It heavily implies that we'll be stacking a tower on the left side. And then how does that stack cohere when the red blocks are no longer available? That's the main thing. I was initially thinking, okay, could do it with some kind of a bounce with a shell. Yeah, we've been doing quite well, and then this step here has been a little troublesome. A lot of information I don't feel like I have access to do. But we'll see. Depending on how long this runs, we may only have time for the one puzzle today. Who knows? But that's what happens when you get something long, so no complaints there. Okay, let's get back into this whole pattern just to try to reestablish progress as soon as we can. Nope. Again. Volatile pieces of equipment. Nope, we missed it. Keep forgetting that. Just get displaced on the way up. Yeah, we just need to stand here and wait for the magic. The note block is initially just there to reposition you, so there's no need for a floor to stand on. The whole idea here should be to make some kind of floor to stand on over here. And we don't have a good solution for that so far. No switch to activate for the conveyors. Nothing like that. The only thing we have to go on is the fact that we're given everything from the blaster. Oh, yeah, sure, we can slide here. Nope, once again, same issues. It's not reading accurately where the empty spaces are when it comes to... Okay, what's going on here? Oh yeah, right. We need to rethink this for the off state. Let's just wait once again. Perhaps, I'm not actually sure. No, that's fine. That's fine. We were here before. Also, that's interesting. We had the POW stop short of being up any further. Now, 64, you gotta go? Yeah, we've made like 0 progress since you came in, but we're doing pretty well up to that point. I thought I was kind of ahead of schedule, given that I did hear about other streamers taking 3 hours in this one, but it seems like the last room actually is a bit of a problem when it comes to just figuring out what the object stack is going to be. Nah, definitely not your fault. Would have been the same issue either way. It's actually helpful to have a little bit of extra conversation on the side when it comes to staying focused after a solution that is taking absolutely forever. We're still not in the territory of the puzzle that I played the last stream before this one, where there was one that took me about 4 hours to put together, and 3 of those were just on a single step. And in the end, I didn't even find the intended solution. I found something completely different. So we know that we can make the mecha come out of here, and let's see, because we're standing here. Well, let's wait for the next cycle. Stand here. Okay, it goes all the way up, that's good. So what do we do about the mechas? That's still very unclear to me. Because either we create just a tower that we can stand on the left side, or we do need to float another stack up with a bone shell, which would probably displace it. And we do make a tower, we need 5 objects to cover that amount of height. Could potentially be, well, just something that we haven't seen yet. If we send Stump down, let's see if we can set this up somehow. Okay, no, it's going to end up on the left side. Just 1 tile short here, and I don't know what that could be. Yeah, I haven't really made any headway on this for some time. Let's pause for a moment and just think about it. We know that we can activate the POW. If we activate the POW, then that destroys everything that is grounded, and it also lowers the blaster shot by a spot. Possibly that will change the positioning of where the mechas go under shot. We also don't quite know what is achieved by sending a mecha over to this column over here. It didn't seem to give me anything that we didn't already have, so We can always just try to smash the POW block here from the side. I don't see it. Yeah, I definitely hit a bit of an impasse here. Or try as I might, I just can't see what we stack on the left side. Well, I mean, there's only going to be one mecha on the field at a time. In fact, you can see that with the mecha displaced under the central column that has silenced the blaster. Blue Blur, welcome. Something I'm not seeing here. Something very critical. Like a way to place an object. I mean, we haven't been using this lava mechanic, where you try to get something to land softly on top of the shell, and I think we thought about it more carefully. We might be able to get it. Yeah, Blue Blur. We've been doing alright. This is actually the only thing we've been playing this stream. We've just been playing this puzzle. And everything has been fine up to the final step. We're on the final step. And it involves setting up some kind of exit from that room that I just don't see how to do. Well, hopefully the mechanic for this isn't too obscure. Is this just a really long level? Oh yes, it is. Although, once you understand it, the early rooms are not hard to flow through. Oh, whoops. No, once again, just smashing that on a corner when we're just trying to drop it. We lose a lot of time for things like this. Well, the conveyor belt is pointed the wrong... Wow. Again. The conveyor belt is pointed the wrong way in the off-state room, so we might need to rethink that from scratch as well, but... Come on, timing. Okay, there we go. We stand here right away so we don't deal with the displacement. Okay, so we know how to get the stump, but that's really all we figured out. We haven't progressed here in quite a long time now. No, it's not the end. We knew it wasn't the end just from experience with early parts of the puzzle. What if we find a way to move the entire blaster over? Is there a way to do that? We don't really have anything that I can use to transport it over, but and a conveyor belt, the blue conveyor belt is still a little bit of a problem here. Yeah. Just don't see it. I mean, we're going through the same pipe again now that the on-off switch has been toggled. It's just that we don't see how to do that yet. Potentially, if you create a space for the mechas to land on, where they can walk back and forth. You're still in the top 10k of normal endless, okay. I mean, I don't have a sense of how many clears it would take to put you in that particular zone. How come I can't see it? So you got the blue block that is in the bottom left, and that tells me that it shouldn't just be a shell there, that we can think about just placing objects. We currently have 2 tiles accounted for. We have the stump, we have the POW. We may have 3 tiles accounted for if you count a mecha, who is potentially able to support that. Then we're still off by 1 or 2 tiles perhaps, unless we... Yeah, I think no matter what, we probably still want a shell in the central column. We just don't see a way to do it yet. It might just be a really simple stage that I'm missing, like the step with the what is it, the stump early on. I don't even know what to try mechanically. Like, we've got a couple of things available in SMB2 that we don't really have access to much of the toolkit right now. Like, it's gonna float up. And then if so, we just basically need 1 tile to work with to get pushed all the way, but we just don't have that. Like, we had additional shells that we could stack. They wouldn't really stack, so it's not actually the answer, but... Okay, let's try to do this. So let's take a look at the mecha trajectory. Where are they coming out? Right there. Doesn't seem to help. They all go backwards down to the bottom, and we don't have a P-switch to stop the conveyor, so there isn't really anything we can do with it. We wouldn't be able to do this level. Well, I mean, we've done most of it just fine. I'm just missing something. And I feel like it is going to be something to do with that bracing throw of putting something in lava. And trying to get it to just not kill. Why would it give me the stump, though? Unless I'm just trying to walk off the mechas or something. Nope. I don't see how to set it up because stump just falls straight through. Dropping the mechas actually counts as a bit of an attack, so if we could find some way to walk some mechas over, but we're just going to have access to 1 at a time, so that's not necessarily going to help either. Oh, we've been on this room a long time. I'm not even sure what to look for at this stage. Like, we Well, I have 16 seconds, but like we have a POW that we can drop. Maybe if we can find some way to retrieve the POW again after having bumped it in this position. We can use something else to bump the central column up instead. Interestingly enough, no, I guess we don't really have too much flexibility when it comes to pipe layout and various checkpoints and later variations. Nope. There we go. We got it. I mean, the first sequence here to toggle the off switch is fairly straightforward. We managed to see that without much trouble. And why would it lock up both columns like that? Anyway. Let's see. This works. Now let's go through before the POW gets displaced. Don't know if it's anything particularly obscure, I just don't see what to put there. Can't be an on-off state switch even if we had access to one, given that we need things in the off state on the other side of the pipe. That's the whole point of doing this room the second time. Whoops. Trying to look at this layout carefully to see if there's some kind of other visual clue that we've missed. There is that note block. Goes up, comes back down when we reset into this room. Let's take a look again. But it's there just as a piece to bump you up towards the bridge in the top left. It doesn't really do anything for you after that. I mean, what haven't we done with SMB2 yet? We haven't really used the high jump. I guess we have a fairly limited number of objects to interact with in the first place. What even is this? We know that the blocks, however, are going to cause trouble. Things like the PAL block. They do not interact well with the shell. Anyway, let's trade up to the stump. We've been doing this repeatedly, and Pink Toad might have a better chance for all we know. We've been on this step for so long, and I just think that it's a bit of a case of tunnel vision right now, where we just don't see it. Ideally, I have some kind of object that works as a surface for SMB2 that I just dump on top of that. We tried it with an enemy set already. Didn't seem to go too well, but I wonder if maybe there was some kind of alternative to that. And we keep hitting that by mistake, which is always going to necessitate a reset. Every single time. Yeah, note block comes up initially. It isn't really going to help, though. We just don't have anything to put under that pipe. you need 5 tiles worth of objects. You completely displace the blaster column here. Maybe that gives you something. We haven't interacted with the blue conveyor, really. You know what? We just probably need to float an object down towards the left. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, same idea as before. As long as we can execute it. Let's not hit the block. Maybe if you manage to just ride out the mecha to the end somehow. One way to do that is to get on top of the mecha and then release it. And have it kind of walk off in a location that would allow me to step on it. And... I don't like that though. That just doesn't look right. Like if we want to blow an attempt on this... Oops. Yeah, it feels like an eternity ago in this level that we would do the whole interaction with dropping an object by getting into a shell. But that's actually something with potential here. What if we did that? Except now we need the mecha. Okay, no, what if we did that? That we do this thing where we carry the mecha, jump into the shell, and immediately let go of the mecha. Would that count as a drop or as a throw? I have to figure that out. I mean, that was one of the central interactions at a very early point in the level, and I don't know why we just forgot about that. Given that it appeared in multiple locations. I don't know if any of that made sense. Let's, trade it to the stump. Now, why the stump specifically? Because it would survive the falls in a way that a POW wouldn't, right? No. Nope. The shell, too. That's not good. And we don't want to do that anyway with this POW. That's not even the right approach. Kind of flagging a bit with the final room. 80 seconds remaining. Let's see here. So even though we do trade up. I mean, what are we doing with all the mechas? We've got to keep track of when you got to the blue half of this room. Yeah, it was a while ago. I felt like it was fairly straightforward until then. I don't think it was an issue. We know that we can kill the POW, but then why would we? It might affect where the mechas are being shot. But anyway, no. Dive in like this. No, and it just sinks, right? So that doesn't help. Well, we'll just pretty much have to take a timeout. I feel like it is going to be some kind of drop in a shell like that. Except, of course, it just floats away all the way out. But the important thing, though, is that it doesn't kill the shell. Like, we might be able to do that interaction. And still manage to create the mecha as a platform on the left side. Whoops. Level was a little too low here. Oh, still it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is part of the course. I felt like I was not too concerned about passing the 3-hour mark, and I was really sailed far past it, just from completely flagging in this location here. Well, that's what a sticking point is for. Let's say... I mean, we're in the red half right now, so we'll just do the same thing as usual. I feel like we just haven't even tried anything that's going to be useful. Anyway, Blue Lure, you've got to go. Yeah, I don't know how long I'll be running today. I was feeling quite energetic, and then we hit this step, and now I'm definitely feeling a little bit of fatigue, but we'll see what we can do. Here in the blue half. Yeah, we've just been moving this shell casually until we have access to it. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I don't see it. We... should just maintain that in position. Yeah, and that actually would have given me the stump. But let's say we kill this. Oh, whoops, no. Well, we didn't get to see it then. Because I feel like maybe it's going to be something that is very temporarily staying in the correct spot. Over here on the left side pipe. Do I not see this? 300 seconds for this. I mean, you know, we've made no progress on this to the point where maybe it helps to pause for a moment anyway and just think about the layout for a moment. Because so far I've been assuming that we needed some kind of tower, but what if it's actually just going to be some kind of falling object falling towards that location, like a mecha that's being blasted? Because in that case, we can create some kind of bounce path for it. And... wait, whoops, not like that. Okay. I can do it. Nope, I kicked it. That's going to be a reset. If I start kicking it, then I have no idea what's going on off stream, so... best if we just try to redo this. Anyway, back to the secret passageway here, the knowledge checkpoint. So yeah, we need to change it out of the brick room first. We just have to not get this too mixed up with each other. So, yeah, We need one additional tile, as I've been saying, but if I can get... no, once again. That's okay, we don't need it yet. Wait, no. Hang on. Why do I not see it? What have we not manipulated yet? I mean, you know, we need to switch to the blue room first, but... I feel like we're not thinking hard enough about engaging with the central mechanic of the lava height level manipulation. I feel like that's got to be a big part of it, and that we had not really looked at it one bit. Nope. Tapping every corner. Okay. In we go. You can see the blue solution is not the same as the red one. Yeah, I was thinking that like it's not going to be some kind of tower, but I was trying to look at this and trying to add up how many elements we have to work with, where... For instance, if we displace the blaster all the way there, that gives me 2 units of height. I mean, really all we need to do is pass through that area, right? So maybe it's off of some kind of moving element, as I was saying, like a mecha being fired. Well... yeah, because with the blue blocking that location down there, that's completely redundant with the property of the dry shell being able to float. So it's almost like bone shell is one thing that's not going to be in use. Just looking at this, and yeah, if you place a stump followed by a mecha there, which we can do, then you just have 2 tiles. And then what would that accomplish? Similarly, if you decided to just keep bumping the Build Blaster up, you wouldn't say the dry shell is completely useless. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's useless. I'm just saying it has a very different role to play. One thing I was considering with that is actually hitting the POW to maybe move the blaster, or at least free up some room. Just kind of mentally doing a check of what we're holding. Yeah, that's right. This is going to be playing a bit of Fire Emblem 8 here as we go for this. Now, even if we get rid of the POW, the blaster is on top of a 3-wide bridge. I'm just looking at the way that the mechas are being shot and wondering, you know, there's a way to maybe pick them up, send them across. haven't really thought about taking a stump to the right side. That doesn't accomplish anything. Let's see. We've had no movement on this particular room in so long now. Okay, this is just a different decoration that we see. What even is this? Let's... My divines are available on the left side here. Yeah, maybe it's some kind of flying trajectory for a Mecha Koopa that we can stand on or something like that, but I don't see it. I mean, I could be missing something really obvious, but I don't know what the precedent is for whether this is, by design, being the final room also. Easily the most difficult. Yeah, I'm just out of pieces to work with here. But the fact that you can keep sending more things in this column, that would be interesting. But of course, lack of time. I mean, we've got 15 seconds. Yeah, we've been spending like attempt after attempt timing out just staring at this room and not seeing it. Because if you're able to maybe load the mechas over to this side, if we're able to spawn multiple, all the better, but completely normal based on other players. I keep thinking about doing something, but I don't do it. Yeah. That's actually fairly typical, that I'll sometimes get the solution and I'll remember that it was something I mentioned half an hour earlier. That was actually the case with the West Crafted Guy puzzle as well, because we found this spectacular alternate solution to it, but the alternate solution felt, for the most part, apart from some extreme jankiness in the execution, like it felt conceptually very sound, because we were engaging with pretty much all the same material as the real intended solution when it came to the individual moves that we had to try and the mechanics that we had to understand. Okay, what we're doing here... Oh yes, that's right, we need to reset the shell. Get back into the off state. Then this goes down. Too late. Okay. Get over here so we don't deal with the displacement. Was that important information to the left of the GG screen just now that I didn't pay attention to? I don't know. It seemed like there was something in the design there that we should have actually looked at carefully. Okay, anyway, we're in the off room. We never did manage to figure out how to get the shell to go under this column. Do some kind of big float. You know what it is? Notice how it's potentially possible to raise the blaster quite far if we manage to bounce it. We could even bounce it high enough that it shoots out the top instead. And then you just get Mecha walking down here, and then walking off down here. But then, whoops. Now, how is that any different, though, from just moving the Mecha into that bridge and getting it to walk? Okay. Way out of practice with stuff like this, for sure. Okay, let's get back to where we were. Anyway, we'll get a drop on this on the next round. Oh, whoops, no. Gotta go through here before that gets displaced. Almost forgot. You've heard the correct idea mentioned a couple times but never tried. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I mentioned enough ideas that I don't try that it's hard for me to keep track of what I have actually thought of and what I haven't. Let's take this over to the left side column. We considered putting it in this column as well. Now let's not hit this by mistake. It's been a major reset point. What are we doing with how here? Right, we need to displace up to the stump. The thing is, the correct idea was supplemented with other evidence and reason clues. The blue block being there so I can put something on it. Yeah. Yeah. Because if you put a mecha there, and it wakes up, wouldn't it just walk off once it's past a one-way? I don't know, because it's not going to float to begin with. It's just going to remain trapped in that location. But I wonder with the mecha concealed in lava like that, whether it affects the presence of additional spawns, which might be interesting. Maybe I'm just in that mindset because of that Yoshi mechanic from the other puzzle yesterday. In terms of thinking about how the spawning logic can be broken. Anyway, let's do this. Whoops, renders a certain object obsolete. Oh, wait, why did we... This is not true. Yeah, I mean... Not obsolete so much as just redundant, this shell here. Because it's floating properly isn't necessarily useful there, except if nothing else is floating there, then we need to complete the stack. Which requires me to do a number of things. Let's, yeah, once again, try to drop the shell and make it go to the right. No, it just remains there. Okay, let's reset the room. Do we need to? I guess we do, because I think we've... Well, I mean, I still have the stump, but I still... Do I? Oh yeah, it's off screen, okay. Shell is kind of totally out of commission, though, at this point. Yeah, supposing I drop the POW there, which I can. It's one way to do it, but... Like, I mean, not like that, obviously, but... Just need to experiment a little bit and reset the room if it comes to that. Okay, so let's say we manipulate the POW in that position. That doesn't do anything. Also, we still needed an object to push this whole stack back up. You've heard the correct idea mentioned a couple times. Well, definitely haven't been short on ideas. Yeah, let's just drop this somewhere for the... Well, not like that. Okay. Execution Central. So if it's not some kind of bone shell stack on the left side, I'm potentially looking at something quite different. Well then. We're back here in this location. We know the shell isn't really going to do much unless I'm able to push a stack on top of it. Nope. Keep breaking that thing. I'm trying to drop it off somewhere safe, and I guess we shouldn't do that around tight ceilings. Well, time for the panic timer. Let's get out of here. And we know the whole blaster interaction. Oh, what did they come up with? Nothing. Come on. Nope. Oh, we're gonna time out again, probably. Like we've been doing for the past hour or more on this room. And only this room. Brain may have functionally turned off well before now. Anyway, mechas. What do we do about them? Well, this one's just going to walk off into that position. You know, if we drop a stump, that could be interesting. Nope. Not quite it. What do we manage to get the stump into the bottom of the blaster POW stack? Maybe something to that. Whoops. Oh, nothing. Okay. Nope. Hang on. Anyway, let's get back over here. One came in. Yes, this whole stream has been this one level, and most of it has been this. It has been the last room, actually. I'm told I'm not alone in this. That the other plays of this on stream so far have each taken 3 hours. I've taken longer, but that's because the last room has caused problems. That's okay. Puzzles take time, and we're used to that. The ones in this contest, though, the average length has been seemingly very, very high. Which is fine. It's a nice change of pace from one screens all the time. Anyway, this one over here, what is it? It's using the POW in conjunction with the bone shell to switch states, which we can do. Which we've been burning way too much time doing. And yeah, that's okay. We won't worry too much about that on the initial attempt here. What was it doing? Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, we have to engage with this throwing into lava mechanic a lot more than we have. That's one thing that I think we sort of stopped considering as much as we did when we were in the process of first learning the mechanics of this level. When it still remains as important. No, it's just an on-switch next to GG. What on earth is this? Okay, we need to not hit this block first of all. We reset this. So easy to just trip over things and make mistakes. So we mostly just wanted to get the bone shell out of the way, right? That was the point. It did come in handy at some point, but for the most part, not the purpose that we're looking for. Okay. Over here. Whoops. The puzzle before CP1 had a very important step in it in order to advance. I don't know if I recall what room that was. Oh, it was the one with the triple stack to push the blaster, right? No. I remember that, and that must be the thing that I was talking about much earlier, that you do bone shell POW stack under this. Oh, okay, you're not talking about that. Yeah, because in this room I could never figure out how to actually position a bone shell all the way over here, right? I think it was just a quirk of timing. The one where you learn dropping onto the bone shell to drop an item. There's another step there that's useful now. Yeah, because I mean, I did that in order to have a bit more flexibility in terms of placing objects. Well, let's raise the blaster first and let's see what it is you might be talking about. Because the thing is, that was so long ago at this point, it's not even like I'm playing the same level. It's like I've been trying to solve this room as a one-screen more than anything. Where we just happen to know the mechanics from elsewhere. An easily forgotten step, yeah. Anyway, let's... Oh, okay. That was probably a bad idea. was a hidden block in that room. Was there? I actually don't remember at this point. I suppose we're a little too deep in to check that at the moment. I actually don't remember that at all. Whoops. Had to activate a vine. I'm trying to visualize what that was. I mean, I just had to do a shell kick, right? I talked about doing the shell kick on the Poud. Whoops. Speaking of which. Yeah, I think I know which room you're talking about now. I mean, if you do a shell kick on the Poud, then... does that really change the positioning that drastically? Yeah, I guess I had talked about that many times over. Anyway, let's get this back in order. Whoops. No. Come on. Yeah, I was talking about a shell kick on a Poud, I just didn't see what that would achieve. I still don't really know what that would achieve. Like if you stand here, you raise this. And let's tuck this out a little. Well, let's try to throw that somewhere a little more convenient, but we keep missing. So let's see what we do to shell kick. We can do it from either side, in fact. The shell kick would actually knock the blaster up, wouldn't it? Or, no, it wouldn't. Activate a hidden block. There, now I'm now freed from the burden of the shell. Well, yeah. That up here, so. That doesn't progress this at all, though. Right? Because you still have mechas. Hang on. I don't see what that accomplishes. Doesn't really displace anything, it just opens up the bottom. Potentially, if you just need mechas to walk back and forth there, but... I think I've kind of completely lost track of where I was in this puzzle, that's the thing. In terms of, you know, being able to recall earlier mechanics well enough to see how they feed into this room. We're sort of well past that point. Okay, we've got to redo that. Well, that was the important part you're saying? Still don't really see it. Oops. I'm sure this must be excruciating to watch as well. Anyway, what was I up to? Yes, that's right. Switch. And then, yeah, let's wait for things to go down. Okay, so you know the shell can smash the POW. Why would you ever want to do that, though? I guess it would give you a remote long-distance activation of the POW, but then... it might affect the entity count in a way that we need to take into consideration. Okay. Move to stump. Still don't really see what's going on with the mechas. Much simpler than that. I got the POW back and you don't have to think about weird ways to use the shell anymore. Well, yes, I've got the POW back, but then what is the point? Because we see the whole trail of mechas kind of wandering down there to the bottom right. They stop just short of making it over to this gate that we see here. Yeah, because why would we want to do that? I mean, yeah, I get another activation on the POW after using it as a dropped item. And then some of these guys are still bouncing around down there, and that's potentially important. If I'm able to still place the POW on the left side... Oh yeah, no, because we have additional POWs that are spawning from the green. So we spawn additional POWs from green, and then... what does that do? Checkmate? No. Whoops. I'm looking at locations to potentially drop the POW, either by landing in a shell or doing something else. And I still don't see it. Like, if we're dropping something on the right, and it lands on the blue conveyor, and then it would go down to central stack. We can try that just to see how things will get moved. Chess Bunzo is going rather poorly. We were doing quite well, if slowly, on this puzzle, and then getting to the final room here. We've been stuck in the final room for most of this stream. And I've not progressed, so... So for example, if we stand over here to the left, and then we wait for the lava to come up, and we drop this, it cycles around again, but it doesn't do anything for me. Potentially, we just... whoops. You brought good luck, you feel it. You know, potentially we can build a bridge. But of course, the object drops are not really lining up advantageously. If we build a bridge, if the mechas walk off in this location, then... what does that do? But then, why aren't we able to just drop someone here and... Okay. Because let's say we get these to walk over here. It's going to walk off, but it's not going to walk off far enough. But maybe if we place it on top of something else to have it walk off from a high location. Like we build a little miniature tower there and have it fall down. Whoops. Whoops, no. Watch the spawn on this. Let's wait. Chest Bunzo, hope it's going well with you as well. I have been on this segment for so long. We had the same feeling yesterday too, except yesterday I think we had a little more experimentation going on actively. And it eventually did pay off. Anyway, same sequence as before. Let's just do it. Get it over with. Drop it at low tide. Okay, so we know that we can reload the POW if we use the bone shell, but then why would we? I still don't see what the purpose of sacrificing bone shell is. Really. I mean, yeah, I guess it would open up the POW again. That seems to be the trade. Then if we open up the POW again, the main thing is that we can make the bridge, I guess, or if we can stack objects over here, stack a mecha on top of it, and then have it walk off from a high location. That seems awfully specific. Anyway, let's not totally lose our heads here. We're in the off state. We do the same thing here as before. Trade up to... no. Once again, didn't go high enough, actually. They had the same issue. Luca, welcome. Luca, guess how long we've been on this room? Seems to be the story of this contest so far, is that we progressed for a while, and then there's been a big logjam here for hours. Well, we haven't been on this room specifically for 4 hours. We've done pretty poorly, though. Like, we walk off from a high location. But then we get bounced. So, but then, yeah, if we, like, even place a stump there and have it walk off, maybe that will do it. It might be a little bit fussy to place mecha, though. Pending. Anyway. Let's try it again. All the way up. Good. Okay. That's not too bad, that position there. Then let's just walk off. Hold left. Not quite. Not quite. I guess if you reclaimed a POW, and the problem though is that you can't actually soft drop the POW in that location. That looked momentarily promising though. It's just that the positioning wasn't quite there yet. But in general, I like the motif of exiting on a walking or falling mecha. I think that has potential. Just not the potential we think. Nope, wrong way. Oh, yes, right way. I get the right addition here, too. And we're back. Get bounced up. Think about using all I have in hand instead, yeah. Oh yeah, I guess, Luca, I don't know if you've already solved this. It does sound like you have. Yeah, this room has been the problem because I've been thinking about constructing the tower. I've been trying to see if there's any kind of way to move the blaster other than just up and down. We figured out how to trade for the stump. We figured that out quite a while ago. But I don't actually know what the mechas are for, apart from maybe that falling interaction I was just trying to solve. You know the solution. Okay, I see. Yeah, because I guess if we have this... There's no way to send a POW up there, though. Like, we can put it up here. We can kind of walk it off, but then what happens? A lot trickier than I gave it credit for. What else can SMB2 manipulate here? We've got the POW, we've got the stump, we've got... Well, I mean, we've got the mechas, but mechas, they spawn left only. And there's the block that we talked about in the bottom left a while ago as a potential drop location or something. I mean, I guess the whole level has been about dropping things like POWs in that location. And if we're able to do it, we might as well just try to do it once and see if there's something we can do with that. Just been absolutely murdered by this step. Let's think about this. We're trying to grab one of these. Maybe dump it in here. Look at the POW having that momentary pause when you toss it there. But I wonder if there's a way to spawn anything additional from here. We know how to use the bone shell to smash the POW if we need to reset it. Yeah, because we know that we can stop it. Then why would we? Why would we ever do anything here? But it did seem like, from the initial positioning, that there was something promising going on there. Press that, we can also have it spawn. Well, this is the most stuck we've been for a while. Let's reevaluate. I'm here in a shell. I'm trying to get out the left side pipe. We don't have tiles to stand on. And I don't see a clear way of making something to stand on, given the tools available. We have SMB2, we have Stump, we have... Oh, but we only have one each. I'm trying to think about whether there's a way we can cycle through a lot of the mechas that spawn from the blaster, but I don't necessarily think so. You found cheese in this, while we haven't found anything in this. Like I was saying, it's been a while since we've engaged with the central mechanic, which is all about tossing receptacles inward. They're at some state of usability. I guess we cycled the POW through, then we potentially have access to more mechas. I don't know why we would want that. And yeah, so we have a stump over here. I think I said a while ago that I wanted to try to do the stump drop by re-entering a vehicle. Oh, whoops. Look at that. Just when you thought it was safe. 50 seconds. You think you can save the cheese because it has nothing to do with the solution? Yeah, you go ahead. Seconds. I lost my train of thought again. What was I doing with the stump? I had something going on with this. I honestly don't remember. Because we've been on this for so long, my memory is just so scrambled. Right. I want to stand on that, and I want to... Oops. Drop like that. No, it doesn't do anything. You can enter the pipe with just a POW in this. Yeah. I did see the moment when that looked possible, I think. I did see a moment when that looked possible. Look at that, the POW is not even doing its job here. Here we go. But yeah, the thing we were looking at was, I think, being able to do a POW bounce. Well, not like that, but, you know, have it float in lava and just ride it out in the initial position. That would be in the blue half. Doesn't engage with stuff like the mechas at all, though. I feel like the way that this big mecha has been cluing you into bouncing enemies around with SMB2 and being able to use them as platforms, like that is maybe something we need to pay closer attention to. Okay, let's drop this. And then the other one. No, wrong way. Let's try it again. Yes, it is going down. Nope, too late. Way too much going on. Okay, that's a very satisfying collision. Okay. No. That was a mistake. Didn't want to hit that. Well, we haven't interacted with a stump and the mecha at all, but basically, we need 5 tiles, like I was saying. Currently, it looks like we have 4 tiles available. Whoops, no. That's assuming that we can drop things on top of the bone shell without that causing problems. I'm feeling completely scrambled at this point. Let's do the drop in here. Oops, nope, you can't quite do that. Just bounce you. However, we do have the POW kind of at the bottom of the stack there now. Unfortunately, we did need it to trade up. That's okay, we can always stop it. Get another one. Anyway, yeah, this thing here. Wait for it to stop. Because it looks like you can consistently get some Demechas to maybe walk all the way over. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to maybe drop it in this location. Anyway. Totally losing our touch here. Okay, and that's stuck over there, so it's not going to spawn any more mechas now. That is not great. One thing I did talk about much earlier, I think, is trying to send a shell over with better timing, so we can actually have it make this a slight window of opportunity, whoops, to raise everything. Whoops, no. No, we knew that wouldn't actually make it over. Unless the level was on its way up. That's something we talked about a while ago and also didn't try. Let's try to review what we had in fact said. Mang, welcome. Originally I was going to set up the co-op puzzle today, but we've been running so long on this one that I actually don't think I'll have time to do a second one today. This is the only level we played today. It has been quite something. I thought it was done 2 hours ago, too. I thought it was so close to finished. And we were on the tail end, way past checkpoint 2, ready to wrap around. And then we just hit this room, and then this room has been stopping us cold. Well, we know the position for the power and the position for the stump are pretty much identical. So, for example, if we grab the power like this, we can trade up for the stump. If we drop the stump like this, possibly... Oh no, it just goes all the way to the other side, okay. Okay, let's fish that back out. Nope. Okay, I don't actually think we've improved one thing in the last 2 hours of attempts. Like, I just don't see the stack. I don't see the stack. Like, this is supposed to be 5 pieces over here, and I guess sometimes you get a bit of that half tile of bounce from the bone shell. So if you manage to stack 3 objects in the bone shell, maybe that is enough to count for 5 spaces, because the bounce will give you enough to work with. But I just don't see it. It's... I mean, I don't know if this was anything that was like notorious for being hard, or if the other people who had played it so far just didn't have the same amount of trouble. But I don't see the exits to this room at all. Like, it's... Or rather, once we get into the blue state, like, everything up until that point, very sensible, very visible. But once you're here, then the going gets tough. Because that sends you through. We flip back. How do we go through the pipe? Let's try to hold left in a note block. That obviously doesn't work. But, you know, worth trying. There's nothing that I can take with me. What if I was able to ride the bone shell out of the previous room? We can't go back to the previous state, though. Like, once you're in any off state, you're set. But we see basically 4 potential pieces to create the tower if you count the mechas that come out of the blaster. The blaster itself doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere apart from up. I know I need a stack, and there was some kind of hint about garage shell. Yeah, well, the problem is that I was not able to make the stack without inadvertently killing the dry shell. Oh yeah, no, because in terms of trading for additional POWs. Oh, whoops, I completely missed this. Hang on. Oh, I see. And that's part of why that's been so troublesome, is that... Okay, that just completely is wiped. Because, yeah, curtain comes up. And then you're able to stand on it at this point. Nope. Huh. Fell right into it. Right, because you basically take damage against that. Yeah, I can't remember the last time that I had this much trouble. In terms of spotting a solution to a particular room. Like there's... Yeah, exactly. No, I know that was the hint. In that you would basically trade off the shelf for access to additional POWs from the green pipe. Why would that affect anything? Let's take a look at it. Where we're going with this. Yeah, okay, we can write that out as before. Same thing. Like, you can... the POW. Do not want to accidentally activate it, but... we're here. We can grab the stump. I don't know that it makes any difference to hit it from the right or the left. Over here, but... basically, if we kick over to POW, we replace the POW, then what happens? Well, first I have an additional passage. I don't know if that saves any time. B-Minutes, welcome. B-Minutes, you have no idea how long I've been on this room. Not this puzzle, but this room. We've been here all night long. Okay, that's a bit of a tricky position for that to be in. And now it's just going to be positioned there instead. Alright. That gets me no closer to actually developing the tower. I mean, I was hoping there would be maybe some kind of manipulation that would allow you to bounce a 2-tile blaster over, but... Alright, blaster is in its final position, yeah, okay. Well, we know that it's potentially possible for the blaster to be... Well, let's take a look here. Okay, maybe not there. I mean, if the blaster is in that position, why does that affect the pipe? Yeah, I know. Like that we're done with the POW because we need something to stand on. Whoops. We just needed to reset the room, of course. I don't see where that's going at all. Like that is, whoops. I mean, we probably should be thinking mostly about how it drops in the lava, but... Yeah. No, it didn't look like it was movable beyond that. Well, good thing we're using the knowledge checkpoint. So we're not just spinning around this whole thing. Why have we been spinning our wheels on this specific room for this long? This is very unusual. Because we noticed the blaster movement is something that was available pretty much right away, but... The purpose, then, in terms of its progression, is to open up mechas. And... basically, we want to create some kind of situation where we can make a whole mecha stack, right? Like if we try to manipulate it into spawning multiple mechas, if that's at all possible. And that's something that I hadn't really thought about in much depth. Because I just sort of assumed that, like with most enemy entities, you'd just be limited to the one at a time. You purposely made it so only one Mecha Koopa is available. Yeah, exactly. Because that's what I had noticed so far, and... so is a question mainly of whether I could trick it out to behave any differently. I mean, we can go Stump, we can go Mecha on top of Stump. Then you're starting to kind of get out of one-way panel territory. Like, we know at this point the Mecha doesn't kill Dry Shell. Whoops. Oh, I see. It bounced. There we go. Highest stack we've made so far. Donut blocks, writing them down. I don't think that'll be anything. So we've got these two elements. We've got the potential for additional POWs. If we hit the POW... Oops. If we hit POW, we get access to another POW, then what does that do? We can drop it in the lava and continue to stack. Whoop. That was a bad idea. Oh, interesting. That Mecha just recycles over there. I mean, I guess we can make the mecha try to walk there, but it's not trapped at a one-way panel. I don't think that'll work. Like, the mecha is one element that actually does need to be on the left side of the one-way. Because otherwise it will walk off, right? We still have so many pieces unaccounted for, though. Like, that isn't even close. But we just need to manipulate it so that if we're perhaps riding the bone shell in top position, if we still have it, that is, we would be able to get through. Yeah, the tunnel vision is probably completely taken over at this point, but so blue block on the left side. Track is just there because it set up the initial note block. Let's try something else here. Know how to get the stump. We know how to get one Mecha Koopa. I said something about the Mecha Koopa and the one-way wall. Well, yeah, because the Mecha Koopa is a moving element, right? Like, it is something that's potentially able to bounce on top of... Well, previously we didn't know how to place it on top of the bone shell, and we probably still don't unless we just try to get the Mecha Koopa to walk off rather than be thrown. Because if it's bone shell plus mecha that's at the bottom of the stack, then you're potentially able to get the extra tile of height off the bounce. Or not. But then maybe that's just a matter of throwing into the lava, softening everything up. Except the problem is, of course, that the bone shell goes up and down with the surface, which... Let's take a look at this. Eliminate the bone shell from the equation, yeah. Yeah, because you were kind of telling me that the bone shell should be used to nuke the POW. And I don't see how that step fits in. Like, it gives me a new POW, but... I don't really see the gain from trading off bone shell for POW, apart from... Oh, we killed the Mecha. The POW, let's be careful with that. Did that bounce? Maybe it bounced. Hang on. Because if it's Stump Mecha POW in that location, we've still got 2 more tiles to account for. Whoops. We're not going to do this in 5 seconds. Let's give it another go. I don't know why this room has just seemed so inscrutable to me next to everything else in the puzzle. I don't know if it's just that, you know, spike of fatigue or inattention just hit all of a sudden, or if it actually is something formally about the puzzle that is a big difficulty spike, conceptually. Whoops. Oh, whoops, because it... Anyway, let's wait for this to come up this time. Here we go. Maybe something with Mecha Koopa behavior that I haven't thought about. Like what it's within proximity to the player. We need to reset this. The solution is just weird and unexpected. Guessing the reaction will be something like, why didn't you do this sooner? Well, I mean, that pretty much applies to anything I can try at this point, though, right? That is true of anything that could conceivably be the solution. Is that it probably will strike me as something I should have tried. It's very simple and not convoluted. Maybe there's something to the Mecha Koopa movement that we're not really considering. Like, we know, anyway, how to trade up to this. Let's just wait for the cycle. Yeah, nothing particularly difficult to set up, if that's what you're implying. I mean, I was thinking a while ago about making some kind of bridge here. But we've seen mechas walk off of this bridge before, and that didn't give me the height that I was looking for, so... that really didn't seem to be it. Anyway, we're walking around with this stump. Let's dump it there again. Just notice that it kind of had this little bob up and down as it was settling. Or did it? No, it's just settled. And unfortunately, yeah, the one-way panel deflection has been causing a little bit of trouble here. Okay, so that's a nice sticky position for the mecha. The other thing, too, is that if we activate the POW, that I believe will kill the mecha. Although, if it's disguised by lava, let me just take a look here. Yeah, it does die, as usual. We then have access to a POW after that. And then, what would be the purpose? Whoops. Oh, look at that. The POW just bounces right off like that. Well, because it's no longer braced by a one-way. Kind of knew that would happen. Yeah, look at how the POW kind of stays on, and then it gets deflected back. Oh, whoops, nope. We didn't want that. That's okay, at least this is a resettable location. Nope. It's a wall deflection causing all kinds of grief. Okay. Running out to donut block, maybe? Okay, let's try to drop into the lava one more time. Yeah, it just gets bumped. I'm not sure it particularly matters what I use to back things up, I think. How could we be missing this for so long? I mean, we can wait for the tide, then we can stack. Problem is that things are still going to bounce off the mecha at the bottom of the stack, right? I mean, now it's dead center, and yeah, now it just bounces. If the mecha is at the very bottom of the stack, then this movement doesn't happen. But this movement does bounce up. So if the mecha is the bottommost piece, followed by the stump, if that works. Because notice how the bounce kind of has upward movement, right? You might potentially be able to get 5 tiles out of 4 objects, as long as you prevent the horizontal element of the bounce to occur. Whoops. Come on. Let's wait for the next wave. Yeah, that room, my goodness, that... Well, we'll see how about a solution will be. Actually, do you know what it is? Whoops. Okay. Couldn't see it. Have to try it again. Yeah, obviously there's so much you can do. There's only so much you can do with knowledge checkpoints when it comes to still having to conceal information from players who are not ready for that, but there's a lot about the format that didn't translate well to this platform, and once again, everything got pushed. Nope. I can't see a single thing. But yeah, I'm currently thinking it's got to be mecha at the very bottom of the stack. And you just dump things on top of that while the lava is up. Okay, much better positioning that time. Okay, that's good. Always very satisfying to get that specific interaction. Yeah, main liability of the bone shell is that it constantly floats up to the surface, which was why it was hard to avoid destroying it, whereas other destructions can be avoided just by throwing into the lava. So... okay. Let me find some of this. I'm just looking at Toadette holding this POW, and I'm just thinking that it's like she's announcing that she's a prisoner of war and has been stuck at this level for so absurdly long. Oh yeah, I actually do want to dump that because we're standing in the wrong place. Okay. Anyway, we do have access to Mecha, Stump, and POW. Let's try this again. Setting all kinds of records with this level here. Yeah, so let's go for the stump again. Okay, we're going to go Mecha. Let's toss this off to the side. That was not the side. And of course the Mecha is just going to hang around down there all day, which... Nope, missed. Okay, I hear to click at a one-way panel. That sounds good. Next we can do the POW bounce on top of it, so we need to hit the POW. Oh, no, if we hit the POW, it actually does kill. And we'll need to do the Mecha again. That's okay. That's okay. We should still be able to do it. So if you have POW over Mecha, that could have some potential. Because one-way panel will keep it locked down, of course, assuming that we don't just bust everything down instantly. Let's just stand back a little bit. No, of course, absolutely no aim here has been correct. It's one thing and another. Now, did that remain? Except the POW gets bumped. It still gets bumped. The POW does need to be on the other side of the one-way panel to prevent that from happening, but... Which is why I've been thinking about Mecha plus POW as the bottom of the stack. Also because the POW can start to sustain other objects like the stump. Nope. Yeah, the positioning is just so... very strange. Anyway, 119 seconds. We've just been doing this repeatedly and accomplishing absolutely nothing. Okay. No, we keep touching that quarter. That. Oh, I see, because we were actually dependent on that for the Mecha drop. Well, maybe we do a little bit of a jump, too. Nope. It hits every time. Just been trying to drop it into that slot, and... I've not been able to execute this at all. There we go, finally. Okay, look at that. It gives you significant height. And it doesn't help whatsoever. It's actually zero help. Look at this. Wait. We saw it. We saw it. That's it. That's it. How does that movement even work, though? Is it because there is a slowdown in the bounce? Wait, how does that even work? Let's take a look at that. What was the information we were missing here? Because I looked at it and I was thinking, okay, maybe we get 4 tiles out of that. But I guess it must be some of the speed manipulation from the lava and moreover changing states between being in or out of lava that is affecting that, right? If I understand it correctly. I haven't had a good look at it yet, so... Setup doesn't work with rising water. Yeah, I've discovered that difference as well in the past when attempting to build in rising lava and trying to do a test by switching into water so I could see the mechanisms. I've encountered disparities like that before, where you try to test something visually and it just doesn't work. Let me try to remember which way I want to throw this. Okay, down. How does that even work? I don't think I would have seen that. Yeah, because, you know, I'm looking at that and thinking, 3 pieces, there's no way we haven't accounted for so much of this, because at that point I'm thinking, okay, Bone Shell is the one element here that might give you a bounce. Okay, Mecha would also give you a bounce because of the enemy collision, but... Anyway. Pow gets some liquid boost by the lava when bouncing. But yeah, I really don't know if I would have seen that. What are we doing with a stump? Why am I holding a stump? It's one of those things where you're, you know, doing too many puzzle levels and you just get this puzzle hangover. Why am I holding a stump? Where is this place? What am I doing here? Oh yeah, no, we'll kill it anyway because we're activating the POW. Yes, that's right. Seems oddly counterintuitive to be spending the shell that way, but it may just be my tendency to hoard things like the bone shell that tend to have very unique interactions that are often going to be the solution. Anyway, I'll catch up on your messages in just a moment. Definitely put a shell in this last puzzle to mess with the player. Well, it certainly worked. I don't know if it worked nearly as well with some of the other players, but gotta say it worked. Okay, let's not get this in the corner. I can't aim. Anyway. I can't aim my throws at all. Yeah, because as puzzle solvers, I think we're always hoarding resources, right? Until the moment at which it's abundantly clear that we need to use it. So having a stacking mechanism like this that seems incredibly flexible naturally leads to manipulating that psychologically. POW is going to be out of position here. Need to do it again. Yeah. It does require some accuracy here in terms of needing the POW to float far enough to be flushed against the wall. Hang on. Let's see if I can actually do this within the next 200 seconds. Oh, no. Yeah, and the wall bounces. Really something here too. Because I'm also looking at the lack of the blocks here with the empty red blocks. I'm wondering, I mean, that definitely prevents something like an easier setup, because we were talking about how, you know, we no longer had the benefit of a bone shell bounce, which would have required it. But my goodness, the deflection off the wall, that's, I guess that's more of an SMB2 thing. Let's do it from ground position here, which we can't do with the POW because it will hit the floor. Yeah, it's like when you see, you know, crazy sacrifice puzzles in chess. But okay, we need to find the right position to drop this. There, no, that's not far enough. How at the end of the bridge? Okay. Seems very trial and error, this interaction here. Oh, I see, because we're crouching into it, that's why we're hitting the corner. Should just chuck it. Okay. You probably didn't expect me to crouch into every throw, that's probably what the issue was there. Let's wait so we don't dip our toes in this time. Yeah, I'm trying to parse how that works physically in terms of... It happens at the lava turning around at its apex, where it's shifting everything up. Or rather, it's slowing certain elements and not slowing certain elements, depending on its position relative to the objects, right? Because I guess it's slowing the bounce, and that's leaving it in suspension. I actually don't really understand how that works. And because it, as you were saying, only works in poison and lava, if that's the case, then you can't actually see a clear visual demonstration of what the engine is doing. Anyway, thank you for that, Sir Select. This turned out to be... I'm trying to think of the last time I actually ran a single level stream, like a Mario Maker stream where I only played one level. It's been a long time since that happened. I actually can't remember the last time it happened. But it just did, so here we are. And unfortunately, I will not be able to stay to do co-op. I was actually running this stream in place of viewer levels today, hoping to have a time that would be convenient for people, but I guess we'll have to move it. Likely what's going to happen is the continuation will probably be in 2 days on the Monday night / Tuesday morning stream, depending on your time zone. That will be my target. I don't know if we'll make it, but that will be the idea, and I'll post on the Puzzle Discord accordingly. Especially because we need to pick up the pace. We've done 2 streams and only 3 out of 8 entries. And I assume that some of the other ones will also be fairly lengthy and packed. But we'll see. Yeah, a couple of other long ones probably. So I was actually just thinking about how I still haven't done the alternate path on the 2-way puzzle that you had, like the one in the water that goes in both directions. I have a lot to catch up on here, wow. You've been busy. Oh yeah, this is all late 2022 stuff. This is gonna be quite something. Well, at some point we'll have to do a catch-up stream, and, you know, maybe over the course of that stream I'll get through 2 puzzles. But yeah, this is the one, left-right Yoshi budget puzzle. I don't remember which path we were missing, but anyway. I definitely have to go thank you so much for bearing with this. I know it was a lot of staring at one room the whole day. And probably not that interesting to watch, but maybe it was an interesting background to something that you folks were doing. I don't know if this will ever happen again, but anyway, way past your bedtime, yeah. Hope you enjoyed it. I guess that was an interesting experience. And yeah, I did it eventually. I, again, don't know if I would have committed to the idea of spending the bone shell to trade for additional POWs. I would have been very tempted to just hang on to the bone shell at all costs just to have this maximal item variety, I think. But I guess it's true that with the POW tucked under the blaster at this point, you know, like mentally I kind of think of it as used, but if the thought of the POW being more useful than the bone shell in that instance would have necessarily not only occurred to me naturally, but be something that I would have tried repeatedly until I made it click. Because very often with these kinds of solutions, what happens is that I might see the correct thing. I might even attempt to do the correct thing, but if it seems like a dead end, I give up on it much too early. And it seems like this was a classic example of where that might have happened. Even sort of in the theoretical stage of thinking about visualizing how the interaction is supposed to look. So that led us to spin our wheels for hours, and that's what happens. And yeah, the sacrifice plays in chess, that's exactly what it is. Not even AI, but, you know, even things like simple mate puzzles that rely on setting up like Zugzwang and such. Anyway, that's all for today. I'm kind of out of gas. Thank you so much for watching, and especially for the puzzle. We'll send you folks on to somebody else, possibly somebody who's playing more than one level today. And thank you for dropping by. We'll hopefully get the co-op team together later this week, because we do need to do it, hopefully soon. So those of you interested in playing as well as watching, stay tuned for that. Until next time, have a great weekend, play more than one level, and above all, fare thee well.